All right, good morning, everyone. I'm 13 WMAZ meteorologist Alex Forbes. We are monitoring a developing weather situation today here in central Georgia. It's been quite the progression we've had over the past 12 hours or so. We've gone from a level 1 risk for later in the afternoon now to a level 3. So we were talking about a level 2 this morning on the shows, and now we are talking about a level 3. Now, it's not coming from the rain that we're seeing right now across central Georgia. It's raining in parts of southern Twiggs County into Bleckley County, over towards Lawrence County, Telfair, Wheeler, Montgomery counties, also up into Monroe County. What we're going to be expecting through the day today is what's down to the south to make its way here to central Georgia. So let's take a closer look at it. Let me take this full screen here. And what we're talking about is a coastal low pressure system. A fancy way of saying that it's kind of like a tropical system, but it's not a tropical system. And what we're watching most closely today are the storms that you see down here into Florida that are going to swing up into central Georgia before all is said and done. A tornado watch in effect for parts of southeastern Alabama, southwestern Georgia, and of course parts of the Florida Panhandle. That tornado watch stops just south of Albany. So we're talking about areas like Bainbridge over towards Cairo, Newton, and once you get into, we'll say just to the west of Interstate 75 this morning. But all of that sliding up towards central Georgia. Here is more details on the level 3 risk that is now in place across parts of the area. You can see, actually, let me back this up here. The bullseye, right? It's going to be centered right around Albany. The bullseye of the level 3. When we zoom this into central Georgia, you're going to see eclipse parts of Macon, Dooley, Pulaski, southern Dodge into Telfair counties. Where we don't have a level 3, we might have a level 2. That's going to be Crawford, Peach, Houston, Bleckley County, northern Dodge into parts of Wheeler County, Taylor County, southern Upson County, and then a level 1 elsewhere across central Georgia. Now, here's the interesting thing. The reason why it was upgraded to a level 3 was because the tornado outlook has jumped from 5 to 10% in that area. Whenever we have a 5% risk area, we're talking about the level 2, 10% prompts the level 3. But what you don't see on this map are black shaded lines, and that is because we don't have the risk for significant tornadoes today. So like we were talking about, this is somewhat of a tropical-like system, not necessarily a full-fledged tropical system. It's got similar characteristics, but it doesn't necessarily meet the definition of one. It's going to be very similar to the quick spin-up tornadoes that we get in tropical systems if we were to see that today in this area. The damaging wind threat is also present. That's at 15%. You can see that matches with the level 2 that we have in place across parts of central Georgia. So the timing on this, we're talking about from, we'll say the noon to 1 p.m. or so into the evening tonight. So here's a look at the graph model. There we are at 3 p.m. You can see a fairly defined line of showers and storms moving to the north at this point. Play this into about 5 p.m. Here they are coming through Forsyth, Macon, into Twiggs County, and then later on tonight they begin to get out of here. So we're going to say from about 1 p.m. to 9 p.m. tonight is going to be the threat for severe weather. Then into tomorrow morning, more showers. However, the severe weather threat will have come to an end by then, and we're just looking at showers as we roll our way through our Friday afternoon and evening, getting out of here by Friday night and into Saturday morning. So in case you are just joining us, we are talking about a storm threat today that has kind of blown up, and we're going to watch that through the day today, and not necessarily blown up just yet, but the threat has blown up now as we're talking about tornado watch in effect down to the southwest, and now at level 3 into parts of central Georgia here before the day is over. So if you have any questions, feel free to drop them in the chat. I don't believe we are on Facebook at the moment, but if we do get warnings today, of course, we will hop on Facebook there. I know we're streaming on 13 WMAZ Plus on the website and everything via carrier pigeon as well. So here we go. Let me see, let me hop on our YouTube channel here, and that is where you can ask the questions today. So if you're looking for a spot to ask questions, look up 13 WMAZ on YouTube, and we can get it going that way. Let's see. Give me just a moment here, and I can get this fired up, and we will be well on our way. But you can see where the storms are right now. Like I said, the rain that we're seeing here in central Georgia right now is not necessarily a severe threat. It's what we're going to watch develop between Dothan and Albany here over the course of the next little while. Let's see. Okay, we don't have any questions just yet, but In fact, let me pop up this level 3 because I think that is the bigger story than what you're seeing here on the radar picture at the moment. Let's see, here we go. So again, the level 3 in place from, we'll say, Dooley County down through Wilcox County, Southern Dodge, Pulaski, but then down towards Tifton and Valdosta, over towards Albany, just south of the Eufaula, Alabama area, and then more specifically in central Georgia, it's the damaging wind threat that's in place for Montezuma, Unadilla, Abbeville, southern parts of Hawkinsville, Cordele, McRae, Jacksonville, over towards Alamo. All included in that level 3 and the level 2. We've got Cadwell, Eastman, Cochran, the northern part of Hawkinsville, Perry, Warner Robins, Byron, Centerville, Fort Valley, Montezuma, of course Oglethorpe also included within that, Butler, Roberta, over we'll say southern parts of Upson County, and then everywhere else to the north is in the level 1. That's going to be Soperton, Vidalia, Dublin, over towards Jeffersonville, Irwinton, Gordon, Wrightsville, Sandersville, Milledgeville, Gray, Forsyth, Eatonton, Sparta, and Thomaston, and that is all going to be through the course of the day today. So this is the update that came in about just before 9 a.m. that upgraded us to a level 3. So that's what we're going to be watching here through the course of the day today. Here in the 13 WMAZ Weather Center later today at about 1 p.m. Chief Meteorologist Ben Jones will be here. We'll be monitoring the latest on this. And of course, Meteorologist Jordan West is going to have everything you need to know coming your way on 13 WMAZ News midday. And that's going to be, of course, right at 12 p.m. But we're going to have this stream up through the day. That's going to be looping the radar, and of course we will hop on if conditions warrant for severe weather coverage if a warning is issued in our area. So let me send a message here real fast. Again, and so if you're watching this morning, we'll go through the timeline one more time, and then we'll send you over to the radar loop on when to expect the storms today here in central Georgia. So let's pop up future view. This is kind of what we're seeing right now. There we are at the noon hour, and this is when the threat's going to begin. So from noon to about 3, we're going to watch the storms approach from the southwest. As I was saying earlier, this is not necessarily a tropical system, but it's got characteristics that looks like a tropical system. It is a low pressure, but it's not, contained by itself. We're talking about fronts attached to it and cold core as part of the system. So all that's a fancy way of saying it looks like one, but it's not one. So there we are at 3 p.m. Play this into 5 p.m. The heaviest of the rain and the storms coming through Forsyth, Macon, Warner Robins, and Eastman. And then later on tonight, the storms get on out of here, and we're going to be talking about improving conditions by about 11 p.m. But the storms that you just saw coming through, that's what's prompting the Storm Prediction Center to put us in a level 3 risk now for severe weather that we were just talking about. Right there, damaging winds and weak tornadoes, and that level 3 is prompted by the tornado threat that is now up to about 10%. Now, I know 10% does not sound like a high threat, and to be quite honest with you, it's not necessarily high. We're talking about an enhanced risk. It's not nothing, but it is something. But 10%, I know you're listening to that and thinking, oh, a 10% chance of rain. No. A 10% risk of a tornado within 25 miles of any given spot within that region is fairly significant. So that's what has prompted the level 3, and that's why we're going to be talking about it through the day today. So as I said, Chief Meteorologist Ben Jones is going to be here talking about the latest on this later on this afternoon. Today's threat beginning right around 1 p.m. and it's going to last until about 9 o'clock tonight across parts of central Georgia. And then through the night tonight, we will continue to watch scattered showers before showers continue into tomorrow morning across central Georgia. But again, the timing today is going to be from about 1 p.m. to about 9 p.m. tonight here across the area, and we will be watching the details of this closely. And I will leave you with this. It's going to be the level 3 risk area as we send you over to the radar loop here in just a moment.
toward Eastman. Again, this is one of those days where we're not looking necessarily for like big, long track tornadoes or anything like that, but something we have to keep an eye on. Brief spin-ups. They may spin up and touch down for just a second, and then they're gone, and you never hear from them again. Or maybe they touch down again somewhere later again. But this is, let me show you the bigger picture. This is all on the outside edge of an area of low pressure that is off over in Mississippi. Think of this in tropical terms. If this were like a tropical storm, this would be that dirty side of the storm that we talk about, where we're going to get these outer bands coming up. There's actually another one back toward the south and west. This one not causing a whole lot of trouble as it comes through Columbus. So it's mainly this band here that we're most concerned about. And you can see the tornado watch, which goes until 7. It originally included Albany. This part was cut out just a little while ago as this line, this outer band, continues toward the north. Another storm, let's see, is just outside of Telfair and Wheeler in Jeff Davis County in the Hazelhurst area. I'm just going to show you this. If it were to continue, this would be one that we'd have to watch maybe toward Lumber City in a little bit, and then more toward Wheeler County. This storm looks like it's got a little bit more bite to it. Let's see if we can get a little bit of a look here. Again, we're kind of stuck in between radars on this one. Tell you what, let's just focus in on the one that is in Dodge County. Even though we're not seeing a ton of rotation, it's almost very hard to pick out at this point. And technically, the warning goes until 4:15. That is another 30 minutes from now. But if you watch this for yourself and you play meteorologist, you can see where the dilemma comes in. I talk about it a lot, kind of like the game whack-a-mole, where you'll hit one and you're like, bam, there's a warning there, there's a spin, and then you'll see a little rotation somewhere else, and then this one will fall apart, and then maybe you see another one. Look at these little ripples that are within this outer band, and you can see where the dilemma comes in, where you just see kind of ripples, little dimples in the line. It shows where maybe there's a little bit of a flare, a little bit of a spin, rotation here or there. This is the one that has the warning for it, though, and there was there for a scan or two. Very broad now, but also we are into an area, as I call it, kind of a no man's land as far as the radar. Not technically, it was zero visibility there, but the farther away you get away from the radar, sometimes a little more difficult to see. It was definitely more difficult to see with this one that was in Crisp County that was rolling north. So if this thing were to become more of a tornado on the ground, we would look for red and green, bright colors right next to each other, where we could see a focal point, a focused rotation that is more on the ground. So let's see if we have any debris signature. I was looking at that with that last storm that was in Crisp and Dooley earlier. And so far, not seeing much of anything. You would look for some bright colors. This is not enough to really show me anything. If you're looking for a debris ball, meaning that it would pick up stuff, limbs, roof shingles, things like that, loft it in the atmosphere, and then the radar beams would bounce off of that, and that's how we could tell there's something there. Jordan, yes, sir.
Yeah, and just speaking of debris signatures, we just got a local storm report. So this is going back to that tornado warning that was back in Crisp County. So in Crisp County, trees down in a wooded area along Old
Pena? I think
Pena Road,
yeah.
Just east of Pena. Nearest cross street is Old Pena Road and Pena Road North. So there you go. That's the only storm report we're seeing, or the third storm report we have seen there in Crisp County. None yet in Dodge County in that Eastman area. But back to you, Ben.
Okay, all right, thanks, Jordan. Yeah, by the way, if you have photos or information about damage, photos, videos, whatever, you can text them to 752-1309. Obviously, that is if it is safe to do so. We always talk about if you have power lines down on the ground, things like that. Do not try to get out and take pictures and stuff of that. You have no idea if those lines are still hot, meaning live, meaning electrical current still going through there. So that's the number. Here's a look at Dodge County again on the radar, and what we are seeing is just blobs. I know that sounds very unscientific, but when you have outer bands like this, very akin to a tropical wave, you're going to see a lot of changes from scan to scan, and most of the time it's best to look at it moving. As I have it on a loop here. And so follow these little green blips and notice how they have a little counterclockwise spin to them. And again, this is the challenge if you're in the hot seat in a National Weather Service office and it's your job to issue warnings, is looking at one going, well, it's got a little bit of rotation, and it flares there for just a little bit right about there. It gets really bright. So let's issue the warning. Well, now we're going until 4:15. That's 25 minutes from now. And clearly the rotation is already starting to broaden out. But then you could look at it the next scan and it's back tight again. So in other words, we just kind of err on the side of there could be something on the ground, or maybe will be if you're in Dodge County. If you're in the Eastman area, just go ahead and get your plan in place, centermost room of the house. Again, this may just be a storm that rides by with some rain, maybe a rumble of thunder and some gusty winds, and that's about it. But we could be in a brief moment where it spins for just a little bit. So again, these are not massive tornadoes that are on the ground or something like that. I'm not trying to diminish it. I'm just saying that if you're, for those who are really sensitive to it, or kind of freak out with weather like this, this is just calmly take the plan you would do and go to the centermost room of the house. We'll get this on through here and be done with it. Once this line rolls on off toward the north, the tornado watch will be canceled along with it as it goes on up. Again, if you were in Crisp County a little bit earlier, this is the one that was heading north-northeast and then took a right turn and is floating somewhere over Hawkinsville now as rain and some rotation in there, but it's just a broad-based rotation of that section of the line. Okay, so let's go back to reflectivity mode. This is normal, what you would see on a radar, so you can get an idea. Sometimes there's enough of a spin going on there where you can actually see the hook. Now, in this case, I think I'm in those little pendant shapes, all right? So you see these where they kind of just hang down here, coming out of Abbeville and heading toward the north. It's in those where sometimes you'll see some rotation. And again, can't drive home the word brief enough because they'll show up. Sometimes you'll go back and look and see trees down or power lines down in some spots where you never saw it. It was in between scans, just in that few minute period between the radar going around and scanning and getting new data. So that's how quickly these things can spin up and then they're gone again. So having said that, let's go back in and check on that velocity again. And it is very broad. So it could be one of those cases where the National Weather Service lets this ride. Let's see. All right, so this is from Peachtree City. Thankfully, rotation has weakened over southern Dodge County. Still monitoring, but may cancel the warning soon if weakening continues. Well, we just talked about that. So there is that, and I wouldn't be surprised to see them drop this. Unless something spins back up, I don't see this going until 4:15. Let's see, we do have more damage from Crisp County. This is going to be multiple trees down with a car in a ditch, 900 block of Cemetery Road between Old Tremont Road and Duro Road North, if you're familiar with that area in Crisp County. All of this is started just outside of Cordele to the east and then rolled toward the north and eventually into Pulaski where it has lost its thump. So again, this is one of those kind of days where you may see us pop on, and even with the 5 and 6 o'clock shows coming up in a little bit, as this stuff moves northward, we may jump in for a second and say, hey, look, here's a tornado warning going on, and then we look at the next scan and you're like, well, that was that. I mean, it spun up for a little bit and then things kind of broaden back out. And that's what's happening with this. And doesn't mean that in the next 10 minutes this thing couldn't tighten back up for a second, but it just may not last long again when it does that. But just be on your toes if you're in Dodge County, Eastman area, as this floats toward the north. Again, if you look at a polygon, it's generally shaped this way on purpose, kind of showing the direction in which this is heading. But sometimes with a tornado, you will see these turn right just a little bit here. And we saw that with that one in Crisp and Dooley just a little bit earlier. So now we're just awaiting word to see if this warning is going to be canned. Here is the big picture. Again, if you're just joining us, it lacks all of the pieces to be a full tropical system here, but clearly there is rotation going on way over here. So you're talking about an area of low pressure in Mississippi, and if you thought of it in tropical terms, these are outer bands coming up from the south, so you may even be looking at this rain coming in from a different direction of your house going, well, it usually comes from this way, toward the west or northwest. This is rolling in from the south, moving due north, and it's that east side, the dirty side of a storm that we usually refer to in tropical days, in the northeast quadrant, those kind of areas where it comes in with a little bit of a thump, and that's where that tornado watch is this afternoon. So let's go back in and check velocity again as we await word from the National Weather Service. Again, that tornado warning technically goes until 4:15, but even if you look at it for yourself, it's right in this area here, and they just trimmed it back. So it looks like what they did is they took out the southern part, and they're leaving this for now. And I heard the little beep, so let's see. Continues. Tornado warning for Dodge until 4:15. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado was located 4 miles northwest of Rhine or 4 miles northeast of Abbeville, moving north at 20. So the thinking is still there, though, to watch this to see if maybe canceling it before 4:15, but it looks like at this point they're going to continue it and just trim off some of the southern parts as it has left Wilcox County. So we'll go back in and check velocity mode again, and you can see a little bit there. Again, it's easier to see with it moving than just sitting still like that, because you can follow this with your eyes and see kind of a spin going on right here. So this would be in the green, rain, or wind heading toward the radar, which is up here, and then away from the radar. So there's your counterclockwise spin like this. Now again, if you had a full-fledged tornado, the hey, look at me, I'm a tornado thing on the ground, it would be really bright green, but with some really bright red right next to it, which shows the wind in a totally different direction, one going toward the radar and one going away. It's really that simple. That's how the radar works. It just shows you with the particles in the air, the rain, which way is all this stuff moving. And you can tell with what's forcing it in that direction. That's how you can see basically the wind. So there is the big picture. If you were looking off into Telfair and Wheeler counties, if you're concerned about that storm that is off toward your south and east, that one is doing a pretty good bit of right turning going on here. It was moving a little bit toward the north, and it has started to shuffle even more toward Hazelhurst like this. So if this continues, this will cross the river and go on over and stay maybe just outside Wheeler County if this one continues this way. But if you're in Lumber City, at least some gusty winds with this. But again, keeping an eye on the kind of track, which is bending a little bit like this, heading more toward Hazelhurst. So that's a storm we'll keep an eye on. The other parts of the line, again, occasional flares you'll see in there. If you look in this area, this is looking pretty calm, not much going on with this. Pretty benign as you get on up through here. This is that one that came through Crisp County, which we keep talking about. There's damage down there, mainly east of Cordele and in parts of Crisp County, and I believe our Anthony Montalto is on the way in the storm lab down there to check that out. So we'll have details coming up in the 5 and 6 o'clock news. But again, you'll see little ripples like this one right here, which is kind of on the Wilcox-Pulaski line heading toward Dodge. Not enough screaming here going on with it to say tornado warning. And really, if you just looked at this on its own, you would look at it and say, well, there's some broad rotation here, but we'll keep an eye on it. But as far as, since we've already had a warning, they're staying with it because it did have a history of rotating there for just a little bit. Let's see as we go into storm relative mode here. And you can see right about here is where it was flaring up. Let me go backwards just a second, Jordan. Hold on one second. And then right through there is where it was a little bit brighter. All right, Jordan, what you got?
We just heard in from the newsroom. We are not hearing any reports of storm damages in Dodge County so far. That's according to EMA Director Chief James Wilkinson. So if you're worried about any damage right now in Dodge County, as of right now, we're not seeing it. I know me and Ben were kind of watching that area rotation, still kind of broadening out, but we'll continue to monitor that as we head over the next few minutes. Well,
that's good news. All right, so far Dodge County with nothing. And again, this is one of those days where you may get no damage out of these if they show up on the radar. Like in this case, this is radar indicated, so this is one that we're just picking up with the radar. We've had no damage reports. Now, the difference in that one and what came through Crisp County outside of Cordele earlier is it started as a confirmed tornado because visibly damage seen on the ground there. So there's the difference. This one is more Doppler indicated with no damage reported. So let's go back into velocity mode. And again, you can still see a little bit of something there. If it stays on that track, again, it would put it just outside of Eastman on the west side of town if you're more this way, which earlier I tracked it was like Dodge County High School, places like that. So let's see what time, well, let's see, we're not talking about a school issue here, 4 o'clock. So if you know anybody in this area though, let's say extracurricular activities, sports, things like that going on at Dodge County High School, just in case this thing were still spinning as it comes through there. Let's even track up that way. It eventually, if it follows this polygon, again, would come right across 341 like this, and here's Eastman. Let's go down to where it actually is, and I say it, meaning possibly something on the ground, but not guaranteed. It's just Doppler indicated at this point. So you're seeing 230, 87 right through here. This is where those come together. So again, moving pretty much due north.
It looks like they just updated the SPC outlook, So
Okay.
we were under a level 3 for our southern counties, and now we're completely under level 2 for our southern counties. You can see that right here. Anywhere north and east of Macon, Forsyth, Dublin, Vidalia area, you guys are still in the level 1, but nobody is under that level 3 zone anymore, just that level 2. So it looks like the National Weather Service is starting to see some weakening within the entire system, especially as it heads towards the northeast.
Good stuff, Jordan. Yeah, it's a good catch because we started at a level 1 all week. We've been looking ahead for a low end level 1 today, and then we got bumped up to a 2, and then not long after that, our southern counties got lumped into a level 3, which is not too common for us, but occasionally it happens. So now we're down to a 2, as we mentioned, and we can still look at velocity mode, and this is the main thing we're looking at. Again, I don't have it on a normal radar shot with reflectivity as you're used to seeing because we're looking for rotation and spin, but we can actually overlay this. And again, it doesn't stay exactly with this. All right, so it wants to be on reflectivity in order to do this trick, and that would be here. All right, so if you follow that, you can see the level 1 and the level 2. So as it goes farther north, it's getting into a less conducive environment for severe stuff. Yes, Jordan?
It looks like they just canceled that warning for Dodge County.
I do believe you're right. And this time the polygon actually fell off, which is good. We had a problem with that earlier, waiting for that polygon to go. So, yeah, that thing has torn apart. So if you're in Dodge County, guard down. Looks like this thing has fallen apart a pretty good bit, and give it a few more minutes, it'll be on past. The meteor part, as far as rain is concerned, is right on the Pulaski-Dodge line, but this is really weakening as it heads toward Eastman here. So that's good news. We are keeping an eye on that one that is knocking on the door in Hazelhurst here. Again, that is just outside of Telfair and Wheeler counties, and it's got a little bit of a northeast component. If it heads like this, it's going to be a Hazelhurst storm, but just outside of Wheeler. But if you're in southern, southeastern Wheeler County, keep an eye on it. We'll keep an eye on it. If we need to jump back on, we will. So we'll continue to obviously collect all the info out of Crisp County with the damage reported there, and there have been numerous reports there. Trees and power lines down, and our crews are on the way. And if we need to cut back in, we will. Otherwise, fingers crossed, we'll make it to the 5 o'clock show coming up in a little bit, and we'll have more information for you. Stick around for that. All right, here we go with another tornado warning. This is in Bleckley County, just south of Cochrane, moving north at around 20. So if it stays on this path, this would be coming through Cochrane. I just wanted to let you know, again, these are brief spin-up tornadoes. They're usually not large, but there's enough that we've had some trees, some power lines down in a couple of spots. So I want you to take this seriously if you are in the Cochrane area, and it's not showing up super well defined here, but in a tropical kind of nature out there, there's enough rotation going on that the National Weather Service wanted to go ahead and pull a warning on this. So if you're in Cochrane, again, this would be heading right into town. I'm not doing an east-west side of town or whatever. This would be going right through. And there's a good chance it could come through with just some gusty winds and a little bit of rumble, and that's it. But there could be enough of a spin in there briefly for, for a little bit of maybe some tree power lines or some tree limbs, stuff like that down. And you can see the rotation of this. And I was just watching it with Jordan here a minute ago. I said, I see a little bit of a dimple there. I said, do you see that? And he's like, yeah, I see that. And about all of a sudden, boom, then the warning goes off. Jordan, yes, go ahead.
That's right. And one of the National Weather Service guys said that the rotation south of Cochrane was weak, but may have produced a brief/weak tornado touchdown 2 minutes ago.
All right, I see that. Let's see, now I see what he's talking about, debris signature. That would be right there in the yellow. So what they're talking about could have he says a brief tornado debris signature. That could be it right there where it, again, I can't drive it home enough on a day like today. We're not looking at large, long track running tornadoes, but enough to where they'll just dance down for just a second, sometimes in between scans, and pick something up, some roof shingles, stuff like that, or some limbs. And that could be what that is right there. But again, if you follow the shape of the polygon going north, this will either rotating or not, will roll right through Cochrane here in just a second. So if you're in the Cochrane area, centermost room of the house, stay away from the windows. It's moving north at 20. It'll get on through there in just a few minutes. Whether it's rotating or not, it may just be a normal thunderstorm, but we're definitely going to treat it as though there is a tornado in the ground. We do not have confirmation of anything other than that debris signature there, that there could be something. And if you do look at reflectivity right in there, even that new scan doesn't look as impressive, but there was a little bit of a notch right there for just a second. Matter of fact, let me stop it there and go forward and back right there. If you go back just on the last scan, you can see the notch right in there. So it would be a spin heading this direction. But again, watch when I go one more scan up, it is not as well defined, but it's still there somewhat. Now that's not obviously what we look at for velocity mode. If we're looking at the wind, that is what this product is for here. And we can look at it now, which is very broad. It's not well defined. So it was right here. I mean, you're talking about a matter of just a minute or two, if that it might have touched down right here, picked a little something up, and it is now just broadened right back out. I mean, it's just that quick. That's the way these operate on a day like today, where you blink, you miss it, and then that was it. So again, if we were just looking at this a standalone without having a tornado warning, we would say, I mean, there's some broad rotation, but I don't see anything crazy in here. But we did for just a split second. So we can go back. Cochrane still treating this as a tornado that could be on the ground. Probably not at this point, but let's treat it as though it is, okay? Because it had a history of probably touching down, looks like a little bit north of Bailey's Park right here. So this would have been when it would have happened. Maybe pick something up a little bit if that's a debris signature. And if that is it, it's right here. So there's lofted material in the atmosphere just to the south and east of Cochrane, and it could be little stuff, like it just went down just a second, picked up a few little limbs and stuff like that, and now it's got it up into the cloud. And so that's what it's carrying right here, which would be coming across 23 and then going over 126 here in a little bit. If that's the direction that the debris stuff is going, then that is just a little outside of town. Let's take a look at the velocity mode for what is moving through Cochrane. To be honest with you, not impressive right now. It does look like something that just touched down briefly for a minute and then immediately broadened back out again. So I don't see anything that is crazy looking coming through Cochrane, but just to be safe, just stay away from the windows and let this guy come on through, and let's be done with that. As we look at the big picture, and it's the really big picture, I know you look at this and you say, man, that's a hurricane over there, isn't it? Well, it's lacking. There's not enough of everything for this to be a full-blown tropical system. It's an area of low pressure that was moving in from the Gulf, and it's way over Mississippi, but still treated as the same thing. It's the dirty side of the storm. It's the outside edge, that eastern half, northeast quadrant it was first coming in, and that's generally where we're going to see these bands that kick up and have the rough and tumble weather. Now, Jordan pointed out earlier that we were in a level 3 just a little while ago for our southern counties, southwestern counties. That has been dropped. So now a level 2, so that's not as risky. Then it drops down into a level 1 before getting more and more out of that environment to see this. So again, if you looked at it on the whole for something like a frontal boundary coming in through mid-April like this, it's not the same thing. It's not that same thing of where you're looking at big, F3 tornadoes or higher or whatever running for miles and miles. These things are sneaky and they're very tough to pick up on radar. And as soon as you nail one down, it just wiggles out of your hand and it's gone. So again, they just don't last very long. You think of them very much in a tropical sense. So there is that picture right there and again, it's easier to see this moving. So the one that came through, for instance, Dodge County earlier, southern Dodge, and then rolled through Eastman. If you're in Eastman, that thing rolled over you, what was rotating at one point. So this is something we'll continue to watch. We don't see anything, crazy with it, but occasionally you'll see it twist up, and it may, again, sometimes happen even in between scans where it's only maybe touched the ground for a matter of seconds, and then it's back up, and that's it. But it was enough to maybe pick something up. So the Cochrane area, broad rotation, but some spin going on here. It is a little bit brighter in this area right here, so we're going to keep an eye on that. If you're in Cochrane, your safe spot should be where you are right now as this makes its way on toward the north, and again, it's moving north at around 20 miles an hour. So we could track this out. I could go in, and I will just for a second here, I could go in and do a lot of street spotting, but it's easier just to say Cochrane in general. And that's a little bit brighter through there, still a little bit broad, but I think we've got some wind kicking a little bit. There's downtown. So this is kind of downtown and just off toward the south and east a touch here where the highways start to split. So this is going to be, as you go to the bypass here, is kind of where this is heading on across here toward the north, but just a touch northeast there as well. So yeah, it's broad, but there's at least some gusty winds with this. So let's stay down where we are in the Cochrane area and let this ride on through. I was going to do that track. And if we're going north at around 20, let's take it from downtown Cochrane and go north. And I think I'm going to run out of screen. Yep, I am. So I'm going to have to zoom back out a little bit here. This will give you an idea of who is in the path of the storm next. And obviously that's going to eventually go up into Twiggs County here. So we'll do this track, take it from here, go north at 20, and obviously Cochrane right now. But either around the Cary area or just a little bit off toward the west here and eventually up crossing over I-16. And by then it may just be a regular old rain shower or thunderstorm. But just in case, we're kind of tracking ahead with different times here. All right, so it looks like we've maybe had a new scan come in. And again, it is bright in that area. We definitely have some wind going on. Not necessarily, usually it's bright green with bright red, and they're right knocking on the door together right here is usually where we're going to see that is where it's zeroed in, focused in. But I think, all right, so that's a little more like it. See a little bit more rotation right here as you go bypass. This is going to be, if you're familiar with this area here, this is right over town. All right, so pick out some of these streets right here. Ty Stokes Drive. Now again, it's moving at 20. It's not sitting in this one spot. It is moving toward the north here. So go ahead and start looking a little farther up the line here. Country Club Road, Wood Duck Road, Grantham Trail Park Drive. This is, again, moving in this direction here, away from downtown now. So probably already made its way over downtown. Don't really like the way that couplet looks. I mean, it's not the worst I've ever seen, but it is a little brighter than what we had earlier as this moves over town. So again, I'm hoping that everybody in Cochrane has been in their safe spot. Again, moving at 20 miles per hour, it's in and out there and it's gone. And really the next scan that comes in, it's probably going to show it that it's jumped up a little bit farther toward the north here. And we'll see what it looks like when it goes there. Let's talk about, all right, the debris signature earlier that the National Weather Service was talking about that could have been brief. Right here was when it originally touched maybe the surface and then started to broaden out. Now, it would be too early to look for a new debris signature from anything downtown, but that could be some of that scattered. All right. Now, and again, this is on reflectivity mode, so this is what you would normally see a radar shot, and you can see the notch right in there. Confirmed tornado now is what it's being called. It is now confirmed. Located over Cochrane, moving north at 20. Hold on, reading a bunch of stuff here. Okay. So what this tells us is, for newsroom folks that are listening as well, that we might want to check in on Bleckley County and the Cochrane area, south of Cochrane and southern Bleckley County a little while ago, but now downtown. This went straight through downtown. And again, with tropical-like tornadoes like this, they're usually brief and they're not as big or strong sometimes, but they can still do some damage. And now this is more impressive here now as I look at this. So this is more of a rotation. Obviously, we're getting in closer to the radar site too, so it's going to look a little bit more well-defined. But it's in this area, and if I go backwards and then go forward again, you can see the spin going right over Cochrane right there. Follow this radar's up here. This is wind heading toward the radar. This is wind heading away. So it's where they go right here that they're spinning counterclockwise. And the closer these get, usually it's more well-defined on the ground. So definitely something going on right there. Let's check in on a few other parameters here. Not so much in the hail size. We did base velocity. You can see it on storm relative velocity here with some red and green next to each other. So we're already through Cochrane, but we're heading north now. And again, those bright colors there kind of scream out a little bit more. And then you can see it for yourself here. And you can see that things have really started to kind of blow up right through here. So came through the downtown area, through parts of Cochrane. Don't know if it was on the ground. Don't even know if it is at this point, but it would be leaning more toward that it is, because now we're talking about confirmed. It is not just Doppler indicated. All right, let me see what else you got. All right, so I want to get some words on here. Some of the data that's coming in. All right, so hazard, damaging tornado, radar confirmed tornado moving north at 20. It was at that moment located over Cochrane. Locations impacted include Cochrane, Royal, and Cary. So the official wording from the Weather Service is a tornado is on the ground. So that's what this is here. If you are north of Cochrane and then heading toward a little bit northeast here on 129, especially crossing over, you need to be in that safe spot as it makes its way on up toward the north and a little bit northeast. And that, just doing another check because we have other areas we need to check on. I don't see anything else other than that one that was in Hazelhurst. All right, so we're just going to focus on this one. All right, so this is where I usually start the conversation of if you know anybody that's going to be traveling on I-16 in just a little bit through Twiggs, Bleckley, and Lawrence County. And this area right through here, tell them to hold off and don't head east or west or whichever way they're coming from and let this thing continue across. If you're in the Cary area, this is kind of heading in that direction. Now, again, the polygon is shaped, again, for a reason like this. You can see where it kind of flares out at the top, where it gives room for this to go one way or the other, and usually the point is kind of the direction it's going. But sometimes you'll see what we call a right turner, so it'll turn just a little bit, and this one may jog a little bit this way. We've seen that with some of these today. I'm really surprised, actually, to see this as visibly, what's the word I'm looking for, steadily there. Usually with these tropical ones we've seen, they don't stay very long. This one is still hanging tight here on the velocity mode. And again, normally you'd wait for the next scan to come in and see if you see this thing start to feather out. So far, I have not seen that happen. All right, let me check the debris signature map again. And let's see here, this is, I don't see a debris signature as of now on that part. There could have been, again, the only thing that we really saw that could have been something lofted was maybe this south of town, but so far nothing through downtown and beyond. All right, let's see what is coming in. All right. Keeping an eye on the band there. See, that's talking about Columbus. Okay, so they're still keeping an eye on it in Bleckley County. Nothing new. That warning goes until 4:45. Again, moving north at 20. So again, if you're going to be on I-16 or know somebody who is, from, we'll say, the eastern half of Twiggs County, where Bleckley dips in for a second, into western Lawrence County. This stretch right here, don't be going east or west on that right now. You can see the notch right in there. So it's still showing up not just on velocity mode, but also here with reflectivity. And you can see the spin even going on even in this mode. So let's go back to velocity mode. I mean, it changes so rapidly. We have to keep checking back on it. Now let's see here. This looks like, all right, what they've done is they have trimmed back. Cochrane is out of the tornado warning. And so what they're doing is they're just condensing this down as it moves toward the north. You can see it right here. Jordan, go ahead.
Just being a little bit more specific, when the National Weather Service put out this tornado warning in Cochrane, they said that a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado, which is different from what they were saying, that there was one on the ground. It was located 3 miles east of Royal or 4 miles north of Cochrane, moving still north at 20 miles per hour.
Yeah, difference in wording, you're right. 'Cause now it's more like, it's possible it could produce one, but if you follow this, watch the bright color right through there as it came through the Cochrane area. I mean, clearly something's still rotating there. It may be the cell itself as opposed to anything on the ground, but I want to walk you back. Watch as we go backward in time here, right there, through downtown, and then just kind of right around the bypass there, just a little bit northeast of town. That's where it was blowing up. And then if you compare that to what we're seeing now, it's a little more feathered out. Obviously, there's still something spinning right here. Next scan will tell us a pretty good bit. We'll just keep going around the horn looking at different maps here. That could be, let's see if that, I hear thunder here outside the station. That could be a debris signature. It seems a little bit removed. Didn't mean to go that far away from where everything is. Let's see, let's go back.
And they were saying 4 miles north of Cochrane.
Yeah, and moving away. So Cochrane, the tornado warning is gone for you. This has already moved over. If we look at this, some of this it's really hard to tell. We've been trying to pick up on some debris signatures to see if something had picked up. We do know that it was confirmed, though, just a little while ago. That wording was radar confirmed. That was not anything from anyone on the ground, but it was, instead of radar, what we would normally be just looking at, watching it from the radar, more radar confirmed here. That was when it was over downtown Cochrane. So obviously it's still rotating, the storm is. The storm, at least. Now, whether or not there's anything on the ground spinning, not sure of that just yet, but again, if you're in the Cary area, this is making its way in that direction, and it is turning just a little bit toward the northeast, unless my eyes deceive me, and they sometimes do, but it looks like that's coming out of Cochrane, kind of doing this a little bit more. That right turn, just a touch. That would pull it more up toward Cary. If it turns some more, it would actually go on the outside edge. But once again, I-16's up here. Maybe we're dealing with something by then. Maybe this has fizzled out by then, but just to be safe, if you don't have to be on I-16 over the next 30 to 45 minutes, or maybe close to an hour, I wouldn't be doing that. Let's just check down the line here. The rest of this is in check. The one that was Jeff Davis County, Hazelhurst here, this has been staying just outside of Wheeler County, that tornado warning. So there is the big picture, and this is the big show in town, is this band. And notice how it's really lighting up as you get just outside of our area. From Hazelhurst on down, ton of lightning toward Waycross. So again, all this is making its way toward the northeast as well. Once this stuff moves through, there still may be some rain or a little bit later on, but this is the main big hoorah right here, and it's actually outrunning the tornado watch box. where there's a remnant of that still hanging around until 7 o'clock technically, although the storms will be out of it here in just a little bit. So this warning, if I'm not mistaken, was until 4:45. All right, so now we have, let's see, a strong thunderstorm will impact portions of west central Lawrence, northwest Dodge, southeastern Twiggs, and Bleckley through 5. Let me think about this here. So that's going to be west central Lawrence, northwestern Dodge, southeastern Twiggs, and Bleckley counties. All right, so that is this storm. So they're going with wording of a strong thunderstorm for here. Some gusty winds here. This tornado warning, though, is still in effect for Bleckley County. Again, rolling north at around 20. So I'm going to put a stop on this, and then I'm going to go and do a track. We'll do it from the velocity mode where we can see this a little better, and it still has some bright color on there. Let's go north at 20. We'll take it from the center, which is a little bit on the right side of the polygon. We're going to go a little bit more northeast and drop it down right there. So rural area, not showing up as far as a lot on the location list, but as we get in the next 10 minutes or so, that should be around the time for Cary. And then Danville, which if that's at 5:04, that means somewhere 4:50 something to 5 o'clock is when this is going to be crossing over I-16. That's what I'd be more concerned about, because there are a lot of people traveling through here. So just make some phone calls and say, hey, look, don't cruise up and down I-16 right now. This is not a good time for that. And they'll say, where? You say, well, the eastern part of Twiggs County through where Bleckley dives in into just a little bit of Lawrence County, and eventually Wilkinson as we go on up the line. Thank you, Raymond. Cochrane Police Chief Jeff Trawick says it's pretty nasty. They're hearing about lots of trees down and power lines down. It's happening both east and west of town. There are very strong winds and heavy rain and roads flooding. He's out on the road now checking out a report of a power line on a car, and it's too soon for him to talk on the phone right now. So that tells me that what went through Cochrane a minute ago, it sounds like that was a tornado, and it was right through town, and that is what is continuing to roll toward the north, toward Cary here. If it's, again, not in Cary, it is just going to be on the outside of town. So the Cary community here, just do the same thing Cochrane did, and let's just batten down the hatches, get in that centermost room of the house, away from windows. Once again, if you're just joining us, Cochrane Police Chief Jeff Trawick says, quote, pretty nasty. They're hearing about lots of trees down and power lines down, happening both east and west of town. It makes sense because it went through town, so it is right through downtown. Very strong winds at the time that we talked to him, roads flooding, and he was out on the road checking out reports of power lines on a car. And we will try to talk to Chief Trawick when we get a chance. Obviously, his hands are full right now, trying to chase some of this damage. All right, so that looks interesting. It looks like we're going now with a severe thunderstorm warning. Interesting. As we still have some rotation here in northern Bleckley County. So this is going to take over as a severe thunderstorm warning. Let me read here. Severe thunderstorm warning, that's what I figured. Tornado possible. So now what we're doing is I don't see that the tornado warning has dropped off. They're going to leave that in place, I'm thinking, at least for the next 9 minutes and let it ride out to 4:45. But they're replacing it now where they blanket big severe thunderstorm warning for Bleckley, Twiggs, Wilkinson, and western Lawrence counties with tornado possible. So what does that mean? That means, well, we know we have a severe thunderstorm warning, but at any given time, this could touch the ground again. Now, right now, this could be on the ground. We don't have any verification of that. We'll find out here shortly. There's a new scan that's coming in. So still kind of broad, but a little bit nastier looking than I'd like to see here as it approaches I-16. Also, too, if this storm were located another 20 miles south, we wouldn't see it as well. We're getting in very close to the radar, so we're getting a very well-defined look at this storm than one that would have been farther away. If you have damage photos, videos, reports of damage, any of that stuff, you can text it all to 752-1309. The big thing is make sure it is safe to do so. Let's take what Chief Jeff Trawick is going through in Cochrane. Do not get outside if you're in the Cochrane area and there are power lines down and all that, because that's the secondary hazard, is people getting out and walking around taking pictures, oohing and ahhing, and then there's a live power line on the ground underneath trees or limbs or leaves, and you don't know that. And then you've got a huge problem. So I would stay, away from all that. And if you're in an area where there's some damage, stay in the house and everything, and till you know that everything has been shut off and everything before you do that. Jordan, go ahead.
Also, and just looking at Georgia Power, it looks like there are 477 customers now without power near that Cochrane area, and I would assume they would wait for this storm to pass before they kind of go out and start to repair any damages that are out there. And just to piggyback off of what Ben said, doesn't like there has been a confirmed tornado on the ground just yet. We have seen some radar indicated, very little debris signatures in that rotation, but so far we haven't seen that confirmation yet, but nevertheless, still very strong winds out there that could cause some power outages in that Cochrane area.
Yeah, and that's, thanks Jordan, yeah, and that cell has moved through Cochrane now and is heading more toward Cary. Now at the time of that warning, that was confirmed, but now it's not. So we're not getting confirmation from where it is now. I want to point that out if you're in Cary. So this would be more of, it's possible it could be on the ground. I don't see the notch as well defined as I did earlier, at least some gusty winds right through here. Just a little bit out on that eastern flank here as this comes on up toward the north. So even if it's not rotating, you're going to have some strong wind coming through there. Let's go velocity mode here. And again, still broad, but as I talk about, if you think of this in kind of a tropical environment where they're usually pretty brief, and even this one still was somewhat brief, although it seems to have lasted longer from what may have come through Cochrane than some of these other ones we've seen today. They usually are not on the ground very long. And of course, we'll know after time, did it touch down? How long did it touch down? Was it just in a spot or two? Regardless of whether it was a tornado, it sounded like there was enough wind to have done some damage there. So again, quote from Police Chief Jeff Trawick out of Cochrane, quote, "It is pretty nasty. Reports of trees down, power lines down, east and west of town," which means the center of town as well, because it went right through town. Very strong winds and heavy rain. As a matter of fact, let's do this as we're trying to get a handle not only on what's going on now, but what might have happened then. All right, so here's Cochrane. Let's go backwards. We're going to try to find, all right, so right through here is where you can see this was going on, what, 20 minutes ago or so, 20, 25 minutes ago, as it was coming right through town heading north. And this is kind of gives you an idea of where the rotation was as we go backward, forward. So yeah, it was right through town. I would say a little bit more on the east side of town, but we'll have to see as obviously we get more information coming in. So again, farther up the line, severe thunderstorm warning, and that does include still northern Bleckley, eastern Twiggs County, western Lawrence County, southern Wilkinson County. So again, this has replaced the tornado warning for now. And again, one of those kind of days where once this drops off the map, that tornado warning in about 4 minutes, doesn't mean we're not going to see another one. This thing could still spin at some point. This has become the main game here now. And sometimes this happens. You'll see an outer band like this, and there'll be little waves along it, and then eventually something will zero in on one spot, and that becomes the spot all the way across here. So that is it, as far as I can tell. As we zoom out, just to show you, it is going gangbusters as you get from Hazelhurst on down. I mean, it is an electric light orchestra going on here. I mean, it is all the way down into southeast Georgia with a tornado warning and then another one there. That looks to be staying just outside of Wheeler County, crossing the river here. So that one is staying tucked away from us, but this one is not. What's going on in Telfair County into Wheeler, that's just a normal thunderstorm, just normal light rain in Lawrence County, just to give you a check-in on all the other stuff. Farther up the chain, if you're in Bibb, Jones, Monroe, any of that stuff, that is just light rain. If you're in the Macon, Warner Robins area, this cell is going to miss you. It is going off toward the east and is not heading into Macon and Warner Robins. This is heading more toward Irwinton eventually as it makes its way a little bit northeast. Let's take a look at the really big picture. Again, if you're thinking about this in tropical kind of terms, technically not a tropical system, but the actual parent low is way over here in Mississippi, and all of this is on the outside edge. Again, when we talk about the dirty side of the storm, it is always going to be on that east side, and as it was coming on shore, the northeast quadrant is what we were dealing with. But you can tell, obviously, these outer bands, for comparison, even though this is not a comparison, but even when Katrina came through all those years ago through New Orleans, We had awful tornadoes here. These outer bands can sometimes be worse than the actual low that's coming through. So that's the big picture. And once we get in to the next handful, next hour or so, couple of hours before it gets on through our northeastern county. Once that's through, though, that'll be it. I mean, there's some storm stuff off toward Columbus, but this is the main thing. Once we can get this line through, and most of it is almost through the tornado watch area. And just to show you, we did have a level 3 in our southwestern counties earlier. That's been cut away now to a level 2, but obviously we're leaving that, heading into level 1 territory, and this thing still has a little bit of rotation with it. All right, so let's get back into that velocity mode, as we're not far from heading up on I-16 here in a second. And as I mentioned, if you know anybody that's going to be on the road traveling up and down I-16, east to west, wherever they're coming from, just to be safe, you may want to stay off the interstate here. Looks like we're already almost out of the tornado warning polygon, which only has a minute and a half left on it anyway. So somewhere in here, some broad rotation. If you're in the Cary neighborhood, this is going to be a little bit more off toward your east here, some of the gustier winds, but you can see I-16 right here, so we're not far away from crossing that coming in from the south. So technically, the tornado warning has a little bit over a minute left. That yellow polygon that you see replaces it. So that is a severe thunderstorm warning, so it's a step down in severity, but it has the tagline on there, tornado possible. And I think with any other severe thunderstorm warning or any type thing we get on this cell from here on out, probably going to have tornado possible if it's not a tornado warning, just to be in case, because it's already had the history of doing damage. So just waiting for each scan to come through to see if we see any changes, if we see that couplet tighten up a little bit more.
It looks like they just extended the tornado watch. It was initially for our southern counties, and now they're extending it northward, so towards Washington County, Baldwin, Jones County, Wilkinson, Johnson, Bibb County, even into Crawford County. So if you're in that area, we're going to continue to watch and see if anything spins up. Doesn't look like too much is going on right now, but we will continue to watch that. Another thing, a local storm report by the National Weather Service in Chris County. Emergency management reports of damages around the east side of Cordele, starting roughly 2 miles south of town on Highway 90. Damage includes downed trees and power lines.
Yeah, that looks like about what we thought we'd see with that, as the sun has come back out, as they're able to clear that up. But yeah, so the power crews will have a little bit of work to cut out for them. Again, it doesn't look to be a huge swath, but that's these kind of tornadoes that come through on a kind of a tropical thing. Again, they may not cover a whole lot of area, but it sounds like whatever, obviously the more populated area, the worse that can be, as what has possibly taken place in the Cochrane area with, again, quote, pretty nasty is what's described by the police chief there. All right, so that means that the watch has extended up. I just talked about that, the storms were outrunning the tornado watch, and so now the watch has been extended up. So that's smart. It says, look, this guy's already had a history of a bad player, so let's go ahead and just put a watch out. Again, the difference in a watch and a warning, we're just watching for the possibility of it. Warning means it's happening, and we do not have a tornado warning as of now. Now we just have the severe thunderstorm warning. I don't want to say just have. It is a severe thunderstorm warning. Regardless of whether this is rotating or not, you're going to have some strong gusty winds come through with this, and it's about to cross over I-16, already beginning that now. As a matter of fact, and it will make its way right through the little four corners here and then head on up into southern Wilkinson County. Let's check velocity again. Again, kind of broad stuff out there, and that's what you want to see. You don't want to see that couplet getting tight right next to each other with the red and green, but we can see that flare up. Now, there are two of them here as far as damage that we're potentially looking at. The first was where this warning initiated, right there. And that could be where it originally touched down. There was a debris signature possibly there for a little bit where things could have been lofted, and then through Cochrane or maybe just a touch east as far as town is concerned. But apparently, according to the police chief, lots of trees down, power lines down, both east and west of town. So there's damage all, I don't know how much at this point, but at least some damage in parts of Cochrane, through Cochrane proper all the way through. So this is, again, an area where we saw it tighten up here. It's a broader rotation now, and that's the way we want this to continue. But again, if you know somebody on I-16 that's about to be traveling up and down, probably a little late to get a hold of them now. And it doesn't mean it's a tornado, but it will be not a pleasant ride going through there. At least a blinding rain and some gusty winds, that's for sure, as this comes on through. So the Danville area, again, we're not saying a tornado is on the ground, but the potential is there for this to spin back up at any time. And I was just looking back to see. There was a little bit of hail with some of this, but at least the data I'm seeing just outside of Cochrane, there, not a whole lot. So it was mainly the tornado threat. So again, I don't see where they've added those counties, but I know they have. If I could go and do it this way, where we put the counties on the map. Of course, that'll necessitate the glasses. Well, we have the watch boxes up anyway, but as far as how far up north, it basically just includes the rest of our north and northeast counties with where they issue the rest of those the watch counties. Yeah, there we go right there. So this is what we're talking about. So it does now include Bibb, Jones, and on over toward the east here now. And it's basically to kind of cover this guy right here and anything else that may be around it. This is another story down here. Once again, Hazelhurst on down the line, just some tough stuff as far as just lightning and all that. I mean, they've got the whole thing going on there. And if you are in, let's say, the Lumber City area, let's zoom in. That storm has already passed you now. Just scraped by Wheeler County, the tornado warning did, staying in Jeff Davis County, but through Hazelhurst, no doubt, whether a tornado or not, there's a lot of gusty wind that came through there just a moment ago, and that extends on back down toward the south and east with more severe weather there. So that's where you see more of the lightning. We don't have a ton of lightning comparatively, but we definitely have had some rotation. Let's see if the that's a tornado warning for Toombs County. Continues, extends very much. Okay. Just checking around the chat room, making sure nothing new coming on in other than the tornado watch being extended farther toward the north and east. All right. Let's go back toward the Columbus area just to take a look and see what do we have coming later. This is going to stay on off toward the west. I do want to show you how Future View treats this as we go on through tonight. Let's take a look. All right, so this is going to show you this main line, which is obviously a little farther north than that now, but notice as we go on through 6, 7 o'clock, it eventually is going to roll through Washington County into Hancock and on around. So it's going to come on through either as rain or a thunderstorm, gusty winds, or maybe something rotating, hopefully not. And then it starts to peel away. This takes us into the later evening hours, maybe still a sprinkle or two, otherwise quiet. Then we get into tomorrow morning, maybe a little bit of leftover rain here. That's mid-morning, lunchtime right here. And this all should be tame. This should just be rain off and on, spotty stuff as we go through the day tomorrow. A little bit breezy out of the southwest as we go through time. But then starting to clear more as we go into tomorrow night. So the heaviest part of any of this that we expect is what's going on now and what will continue at least for another couple of hours to get through our area. All right, so we'll take a look back. That's Future View of how this is going to play out. So yeah, the low will still be spinning off toward the west through Mississippi and eventually Alabama and places like that. But as far as the severe threat, this is it, what's going on right now. Again, that severe thunderstorm warning is for Bleckley into Twiggs, Lawrence County on the extreme western end, and then into southern Wilkinson County. You can still see a little bit of a notch going on right here. So obviously something's still turning. Let's go back to velocity mode. See if we pick anything out. It's broad, but it hasn't given up the whole spin thing as it's heading toward the north here. So this is crossing over I-16 as we speak. Just going to grab a piece of Twiggs in Lawrence County here, but then it's going to belong to Wilkinson County in just a second. So the Danville area is what this is coming through in just a second over the next few minutes or so. So kind of looking back on what's been happening this afternoon, it's not just been what's going on in Bleckley County. I can take this back. Let's go. All right, right here. All right, so this will take us back 3 hours, and you can see how the afternoon has progressed. You can also see, once again, if you're a meteorologist at the hot seat, the National Weather Service office responsible for issuing warnings, you can see how difficult it can be sometimes. You can see a couple of ripples. Yes, we'll do that in just a second. And you can see a couple of ripples here. This is one where we had confirmed damage. I'll wait for it to start over again right here outside Cordele. And that is the same storm, actually. That's the same one. It started to turn, floated over the Hawkinsville area, and then got its act back together. So it has been this one cell has what's been causing this problem. And it caused that problem in southern Bleckley, flared there, and then again right over Cochrane, and has feathered out a little bit now. So no tornado warnings. We have a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible. And guys, I think we were talking about taking a break before we start the 5 o'clock show. That would be fantastic if you just tell me when, or I can go ahead and do that now as we try to get our ducks in a row. And of course, we have crews, you know, not just in Crisp County, but in Bleckley County, and we're trying to get a handle on all these areas. And once again, as we heard from Cochrane Police Chief Jeff Trawick a little bit ago, quote, it's pretty nasty, lots of reports of trees and power lines down all around town, and that he couldn't talk on the phone right now. So hopefully we will have a moment to speak with someone in the near future. Obviously, we don't want to get in anybody's way. Yes, we will do that break. Is right now the time to do that? We're going to go ahead and, I tell you what we're going to do. We're going to go ahead and go to break right now, and then we'll come. Apparently, we're not going to break right now. We're going to keep going. Just inside baseball, trying to have conversation with myself and with somebody else. But here is the latest on that velocity mode. This is a 3-hour loop again, so we have 1 minute until break. So what we're seeing is crossing over I-16 now, broadening out here, coming in from Bleckley County, but it looks a lot better than it did. If it stays the way it is now, then it's not that much of a threat. It is still a severe thunderstorm warning, but it's a lot more tolerable to do it this way. And you can look for yourself. You can see the difference in the intensity and the color right here as it's made its way across. Still the cell itself rotating some, but no indication that any of that is on the ground. So that severe thunderstorm warning goes until 5:15, and it just has the tagline, tornado possible. So as we go on through the upcoming newscast and all that, obviously we'll be watching that. Wilkinson County, places like that, and eventually farther up toward the north and east. So there is that big picture right there. We're going to take a break, and we're going to be back in a second.
How's it going? How, you hear me all right? Beautiful.
Now at 5, the NAACP asking for the GBI to investigate former Houston County performance coach Mark Taylor. Tell you what the local chapters are saying tonight about his alleged racist rants.
What we've seen the most is a lack of inventory.
Making a house a home, the least of folks' worries. Right now, they're actually trying to find a place that's affordable. We'll tell you how realtors are trying to help their clients. And a suspected arrest of a person accused of leaking classified national security documents. We'll tell you how the FBI search uncovered the apparent source of the leak. 13 WMAZ News at 5 starts now.
It's been a busy afternoon as we have had thunderstorms and mainly rain and some gusty winds at times, but we've had some severe weather and we still have that. That's a severe thunderstorm warning there for Bleckley, Twiggs, Wilkinson, into parts of Lawrence County, and the wording is tornado possible. If you haven't been with us this afternoon, what this is a cell that has been kind of causing a problem from Crisp County, and then it touched down again possibly in southern Bleckley, then through downtown Cochrane, and now it's just a severe thunderstorm. Let's say just, but it's not a tornado warning, let's put it that way, into Wilkinson County. We'll take you in a little bit closer here, and you can see the storm is weakening down a pretty good bit. There's a beep going off. I think that's where they just trimmed back some of that severe thunderstorm warning. Yeah, they took Bleckley, Lawrence, and Twiggs out. It is just for Wilkinson County until 5:15. So what we've been doing throughout the afternoon is showing you velocity mode here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to walk you back about 3 hours here and put a loop on here, and you can see how things have been going this afternoon. You're just seeing ripples and waves, right? But look here, right here, possible tornado damage, boom, right there and through downtown Cochrane. It's been this same cell, and you can watch it spin as it's been coming across. No problems that I can tell in Pulaski County. It was mainly for Crisp, and then southern Bleckley, and then through downtown Cochrane. What's left over that is rolling into Wilkinson County is a severe thunderstorm warning with tornado possible. But as we look at that, it has broadened out a lot. It looks like the storm has weakened a ton here over the past 10-15 minutes or so, which is good news. You can see as it was flaring up through Cochrane and then starting to kind of calm down. So that's good. On the way in a little bit, I'll show you how this system finishes out for us over the next couple hours, what we can expect for tomorrow, and then let's take a look at the weekend too. It's all coming up in just minutes.
All right, thanks a lot, Ben. We do have some damage pictures in from Cochrane, from Fairfield Street. That's east of downtown near the Bleckley County School Complex.
You can see this tree uprooted there, now lying flat, and we also see kind of that makeshift garage there that looks like it took some damage as well. Lots of trees. We see the roof there coming down as well. So we want to thank 13 WMAZ sales associate Dale Smith for sending in these photos, and certainly everyone needs to stay safe.
And taking a look at power outages right now, Cochrane definitely looks to have some outages right now. Estimated time for everyone to get their power back in the Cochrane-Bleckley County area, at least right now, 7:45 this evening.
Now, it's my understanding do we have Anthony Montalto standing by? He's actually on the road doing some of our storm coverage, and he's joining us now live. Anthony, where are you?
Yeah, hey there, guys. We are here in Crisp County, where we're hearing from Sheriff Billy Hancock that there could be a car stuck in a ditch under some trees on Cemetery Road. I'm going to flip to the outside here, though, so you can see. Skies are looking pretty blue out here, and you know, you wouldn't be able to tell that there's much of a storm that came through here earlier at all, but they did say that they had a ton of downed trees with several roads closed down earlier. The sheriff's office says, though, that they have most roads open now because they got crews out almost immediately, although they say Highway 90 is still closed in some parts, and to expect delays as you're traveling throughout the county later on this afternoon. Now, they say also they had about 1,200 without power initially. There's no update yet on how many have gotten power back yet. But that is what it looks like initially. And but the good thing here, though, they're saying no structure damage. So that is great news. The main message here is just be careful if you have to get on the road. There could still be some blocked roads. But for now, they are saying that things are looking pretty good for people in their property. No injuries reported. So for now, live in Crisp County, Anthony Montalto, 13 WMAC News.
That is a good update. Thank you so much, Anthony. If you don't already have it, download the 13 WMAZ mobile app. You can get it in the Google Play or Apple Store, or you can quickly scan the QR code on your screen. Once you get the app, be sure to sign up for notifications. You'll get the latest weather and news alerts sent right to your phone.
In other news today, leaders with the Houston County and Macon-Bibb NAACP met up to respond to viral videos of a Houston County performance coach, Mark Taylor. The videos show Taylor driving through Atlanta using racial slurs. At one point, he directs slurs towards a woman, going on to say that someone named R.O. would hang her from a tree. President Gwinnett Westbrook says the NAACP is concerned about the trauma Taylor may have left on students through his coaching at Speed Edge Sports, and they want to make sure he does not come in contact with any more students and spread hate in the community.
Hatred has no place in our community, and we want to be proactive when it comes to these types of incidents, because it sometimes arouses the interest of others to participate in this type of activity, and so we need to stomp it out, when we see it.
The Macon and Houston County branches are also asking for the GBI to investigate Taylor. Westbrook says they would like to see him criminally charged for the threats he made.
Today, Governor Kemp signed 5 education bills into law. His office says they will help strengthen schools throughout the state. House Bill 440 would allow schools to have glucagon stocked ready for nurses to use. It's a medication used to treat low blood sugar. Senate Bill 45 says schools should have a plan in place and train staffers to help students with epilepsy or other seizure disorders if they experience a seizure at school. House Bill 147 says educators should complete school safety and anti-gang training. It requires schools to have safety plans and coordinate with local law enforcement. It also requires schools to hold intruder drills to teach students and staff how to protect themselves in active shooter situations. Parents can choose to opt their children out of those drills.
Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Elementary School students receiving up to 10 books for their home libraries. It's all part of a book blast celebration. Many students at the school go to the library to get their books. Today's event helps them start their own personal libraries at home. Around 600 books were given away in total. The event helps students get an early start on reading and also grow their excitement for books.
They come to the library each week and as often as they need to get books, but a lot of them do not have a home library. So this just kind of gets them started getting a home library, gets them excited about reading, and just gets the excitement going about reading for them.
The school was approached by Books for Fun, and students were able to fundraise in order to get their books.
RISE. It's a program focusing on Central Georgia youth. It stands for Restoring Inspiration by Success in Education. Macon District Attorney Anita Howard introduced the initiative in December of 2021. This week on Central Georgia Focus, we talked with DA Howard about how the RISE initiative is at work in Bibb, Peach, and Crawford counties. It's a partnership with community partners like schools, law enforcement, counseling agencies, and parents. Organizers want to address the trauma some students may be dealing with and to keep those students from entering the criminal justice system. A student graduate of the RISE program says her success is based on encouragement she received through the program. You can hear more about the counseling services and hear more about the program just in general at noon on 13 WMAZ and also on the 13 WMAZ Plus app.
Real estate agents and brokers meeting up today about the need for more affordable housing in Central Georgia. They gathered in Macon for an affordable housing roundtable. Mayor Lester Miller, Monroe County Commissioner George Imami, and Representative Dale Washburn talked about changes they've made and what they think should happen to make home buying easier. According to the National Association of Realtors, home sales rose more than 14% in February over the past year, the largest increase since July of 2020. Associate broker Chrissy Donovan says with Monroe County growing, it's getting harder for her to help her clients.
What we've seen the most is a lack of inventory. We just don't have enough houses available to meet the needs of the people. And then also too, affordable. And when I say affordable, I mean it's hard to find homes in Monroe County under $300,000.
National Realtors Group recently reported that about 53% of homes in the South cost anywhere between $250,000 and $500,000. According to the National Low Income Housing Coalition, the fair market rent for a 2-bedroom apartment in Georgia, $1,090. Factoring in a 40-hour work week, someone would need to make $20.97 an hour just to afford that level of rent and utilities without spending more than 30% of their income on housing. In Warner Robins, someone would need to make $18.73 an hour. In Macon, $16.27 an hour. To afford a 2-bedroom rental home, someone would need to work 116 hours a week if they're only earning the minimum wage.
A smokehouse in Warner Robins cooking up barbecue fresh from the smoker daily. Fat Boy Smokehouse offers any kind of meat you can imagine: pork, chops, brisket, ribs, smoked sausage, smoked wings, and more. They even smoke their homemade sides as well, like mac and cheese, green beans, baked beans, and smoked cabbage. Tyrone Brown, owner and pitmaster of Fat Boy, says he's been cooking since he was a teenager and has been doing it professionally for 8 years. All his cooking comes straight from the heart, and he welcomes everyone in Central Georgia to come check it out.
Come out and see us, okay? If you love down south cooking from the heart, from the soul, this is where you want to eat at. This is not a fly-by-night. This is something I worked hard for, and I work hard to get it from smoker to table.
Fat Boy Smokehouse, located at 705 Lake Joy Road in Warner Robins. For an extended interview and more information, you can visit this story on 13WMAZ.com. Don't forget, if you're looking to try a new restaurant, you can check out all kinds of local eateries across Central Georgia. Just head to our Central Georgia Eats page. You'll find the link at the top of 13WMAZ.com.
Federal agents searching a home after arresting a Massachusetts Air National Guardsman. We'll tell you how it's tied to the leaking of sensitive U.S. defense documents.
A proposed ban on the nation's most popular abortion pill now on hold, but there are still new restrictions. We're sorting it all out for you.
And we're continuing to follow these storms this afternoon. The actual area of low pressure way over here in Mississippi. It's these outer bands causing the problem. And of course, this one in particular that has prompted some of these warnings. No tornado warnings for now. Could that change? Talk about it straight ahead.
New this afternoon, a 21-year-old airman in the Massachusetts National Guard is under arrest in the investigation into leaked intelligence documents.
The documents showed classified information about Ukraine's defenses in the war against Russia. They turned up on various websites recently. Federal agents arrested Jack Teixeira. News footage from a helicopter showed an arrest at his mom's home. He was put into the back of an armored vehicle, which then sped off.
We do have stringent guidelines in place for safeguarding classified and sensitive information. This was a deliberate criminal act, a violation of those guidelines.
A general who serves as a Pentagon spokesperson says the arrest connects with an investigation into the unauthorized removal, retention, and transmission of classified national defense information. Right now, agents are still searching the home where they arrested him.
Right now, the abortion pill mifepristone is still available across the U.S., but with restrictions. In a 2-to-1 vote, a federal appeals court preserved access to the medication, but it can only be used for up to 7 weeks of pregnancy instead of 10. It also cannot be distributed by mail without seeing a doctor. Last week, a Texas judge blocked the FDA's approval of mifepristone, which happened 23 years ago. The White House says it is committed to protecting women's reproductive health care.
We are going to continue to fight in the courts. We believe that the law is on our side and we will prevail.
The Justice Department will reportedly seek emergency relief from the Supreme Court to, quote, defend the FDA's scientific judgment.
Slowly improving weather situation, but Ben, we are not out of the woods yet.
No, not just yet. I'm going to watch this for maybe another couple of hours before it gets sun out of our northeastern counties, and then we can signal the all clear here. But at least this looks better than what we had earlier. Well, let me take that back. All week leading up to today, we had a low end level 1. It was like, that's all right, that's doable. Then it went to a level 2, making south and westward. And then a level 3 was thrown on there for the Albany area into our extreme southern counties. That's gone, but we're still left with a 2. But really, this could probably be updated because now these storms have kind of made their way on up more into that level 1. Let's take a look and see what's up with the radar shot. And here it comes. Let's see if it's going to pop up. There it is. You can see the outer band. Again, if you think about this as a tropical wave, I showed you before the break, the area of low pressure is way over in Mississippi. So these are the outer bands on what we would call the dirty side of the storm in a tropical type day here. So this is the main one we've been looking at. Now there's still some showers popping up toward the south and west. All indications so far are that these will be rather benign. We'll watch to see if there are any thunderstorms in there. As you look farther down the line, you're seeing really going here stuff. This is just electric. Anywhere from Hazelhurst on down, earlier Vidalia down now. Tornado warning, severe thunderstorm warning. But in our area, the one cell that has been causing the main problem is the one that is now in Wilkinson County. Now, there's no warning out for this thing right now, as it is just a regular old thunderstorm. But if you take a look at the velocity mode, and that's what we've been watching as we've been going through this afternoon, looking for anything that would spin, it is very broad, so we don't see anything. What we would normally look for in a tornado type situation would be bright red and bright green right next to each other, which would show, okay, this is where the wind is going toward the radar and away from the radar, and they're right next to each other, so that indicates a spin. That we have not seen recently. Now, this is a loop from the past 3 hours, and I'll bring it in a little bit closer here so you can see better. And this is what we were dealing with over the afternoon, and you can see where it first started. Here's the spin right here, all right? So follow it from the beginning. Right outside of Cordele, there was some damage, southern Bleckley, and then through Cochrane. And what's left over is what's up in the Wilkinson County area. So 2 spots, maybe 3 that it flared, was some damage outside of Cordele, and then right in southern Bleckley County, we saw maybe a little bit of a debris signature, which would mean that maybe it lofted some material in the atmosphere. No confirmation on that, but then it looks like it really started to flare again right over downtown Cochrane through the Cary area as it made its way on up toward the northeast and then crossed over 16. So as far as the damage is concerned, we have crews that are out looking at this. We checked in with Anthony earlier heading in toward Cordele. And then we have another crew heading in Bleckley County toward Cochrane, because the word from Cochrane Police Chief Jeff Trawick earlier was, quote, it's pretty nasty out there. And the damage reports, tree limbs, power lines on both sides of town, and that at the time he couldn't talk to us. And that's usually an indication that it's kind of busy out there. Here's a look at the radar shot again. You can see the actual low is here, but we have the rough stuff here. As far as my producers tell me, I have a couple of seconds, and I'm trying to get my way to the 7-day right here. And here it comes. Collinsworth, you can make me disappear if you don't mind. We're looking at rain possible again tomorrow. The leftovers of this as it comes on through, and then we're clearing out for Saturday. Things looking a lot better, guys.
Thank you, Ben. Next at 5, inclusive robots spreading the power of STEM learning and engaging people in competition to make STEM more accessible.
Welcome back. A robotics team in Connecticut spreading the power of STEM learning.
Jim Altman tells us about the team known as the Armored Artemises and their journey to the competition in Houston, Texas.
A different court and a different sort of sport. But for this Connecticut team, it's a similar objective.
The name of the robot is Wazowski.
We are a team of 8 students from 8th to 11th grade who love building robots and reaching out to the community.
On the floor of a popular Thai restaurant in Glastonbury, practice makes perfect. And March Madness rolls into April. They call themselves the Armored Artemises, an all-inclusive robotics team.
We're a community team in Glastonbury. We're part of the First Tech Challenge, or FTC program, and this means we basically build robots and compete with them.
The team has been hands-on since September, capturing the title called the Inspire Award.
As you can see, there's different junctions, different heights they have to think about, different materials they can play with.
And we basically have to pick up cones and we have to score them on poles in order to get the most points as possible.
The swerving, the spinning, and the driving can take you places this year all the way to the Worlds. Bea Becker is a team founder.
We're headed to Houston. This is so exciting. We are so excited to be able to represent Connecticut again. This is our 3rd time being state champs, so we're super excited to represent.
Twisted steel and curb appeal. The robot rides low, all the while showcasing its high-tech systems and perhaps delivering a bigger message.
STEM is for everyone, which is why our team recently transitioned to a gender minorities team. We used to be all girls. However, we found that it was important to promote STEM for everyone, not just girls, but transgender and non-binary youth.
they are definitely striving to make STEM more accessible for the minorities that have typically not had a chance to participate. That's really powerful.
The Armored Artemises aren't the only team heading to Texas. Bibb County's robotics team also going to the national competition. First Robotics is the host. They say the competition features a combination of the excitement of sports and the rigor of science and technology. They even have seasons, and it all ends with the first robotics competition. 3 seniors and 1 sophomore make up Bibb's team. They're moving up after placing in the top 10 at Mercer for the regional competition. The national competition starts in Houston next week. So to come, 5 things at 5:30. We break down 5 stories you need to know right now.
Plus, how students can learn a popular language without uttering a word. We're going to tell you about a sign language summer camp planned in Perry and explain why it's not just for the hearing impaired.
And scene 13 takes us to the theater. We'll explain when we come back. 101 Dalmatians coming to life. Thanks for staying with us. A Macon man who waved a gun around a Walmart faces up to 10 years in prison.
It's one of 5 things to know at 5:30. Salma Oliver Smith faces up to 10 years in federal prison and a $250,000 fine. The U.S. Attorney's Office says the 2-day trial ended with the jury convicting the 45-year-old of illegal possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. A judge will sentence him on July 11th. The U.S. Attorney's Office says Oliver Smith waved the gun at shoppers in the busy Harrison Road Walmart back in August of 2021.
A 12-year-old from Metro Atlanta now on life support at a Pensacola hospital after getting caught in a dangerous rip current that killed 2 other people last week. Atlanta coaches Chuck Johnson and Bryce Brooks both drowned as they tried to save the young man. Rashad Williams' mother, Rashonda Williams, is desperately trying to raise money to bring her son to an Atlanta hospital. He needs a specially equipped helicopter to fly him from Pensacola to Children's Healthcare of Atlanta.
Actor Jamie Foxx is in the hospital in Atlanta. That's after he suffered a, quote, medical complication while working on a film there. That's according to his family. Green Fox, his daughter, posted on Instagram saying he was recovering in the hospital. However, she didn't say what happened. Fox is in Atlanta shooting Back in Action, a new Netflix movie with Cameron Diaz. We're also not sure how long it will take him to recover or when doctors will release him.
The second of 2 black Democrats expelled from the Republican-led Tennessee House has been reinstated. State Rep Justin Pearson was sworn in outside the state capitol today, a week after he and State Rep Justin Jones were banished for a gun control protest on the floor of the House. The protest followed a Nashville school shooting that killed 3 children and 3 adults.
Braves fans can now enjoy alcoholic beverages at games for longer than before. Alcohol sales have now been extended inside Truist Park until the end of the 8th inning in response to the faster pace of play due to Major League Baseball's new rules that have sped up the game. The Braves have sold alcohol past the 7th inning in prior years, including last year.
All right, so a lot happening out there. We had some warnings earlier, Ben, and still some things we need to keep our eye on.
Yeah, I mean, we're still watching this outer band, if you want to call it that, of this system that looks somewhat tropical as it makes its way on up toward the north and east. What we're left over with is still a level 2 and a level 1 for severe threat. Now, you can make the argument that this should be dropped if you're the Storm Prediction Center because the storms have already come through here. We do have some redevelopment down here toward the south and west I'm keeping an eye on, but so far these are behaving, and the plan is that they should stay that way. All right, so let's go in a little bit closer here, and what we're going to see is this one cluster right here is the main problem maker. Now, right now it's just a stretched out area of rain and thunderstorm stuff here from Lawrence County through Wilkinson, eventually into Washington County and just a little bit on up into Baldwin. Now, it looks a lot better than it did just a little earlier. As you can look at the velocity map right here, let's show you what it looks like now, then I'll show you compared to what it was just a little while ago. Notice a little bit of a comma shape through here, so there's some gusty winds coming out through Wilkinson County spreading toward Washington here, but no rotation that we can tell of any problem. And what that would look like, again, is a couple of bright red pixels, a couple of bright green pixels right next to each other, which would show you this is really rotating and probably on the surface. That's not so much the case. Here is the big picture from about 3 hours back. And again, as I showed you at the top of the show, or if you're just joining us, this is something that started in Crisp County and then made its way on up. So where it was, this afternoon earlier, right outside of Cordele, right there, you could see where the red and green were next to each other, and then they got brighter again through the Cochran area. So you can see how it kind of calmed down a little bit through Pulaski County and then flared up again, and crews are on the way there, and we'll have some more information coming up in just a second, actually, on that. Here is a look at the bigger picture, and as you can see, once this gets on out of our northeastern counties, and that should do it. We'll still keep an eye on these storms. Cordele with another shower down that way, but the plan is to get this stuff on out of here. And again, the actual area of low pressure is way over in Mississippi there. So, some of these outer bands can cause a problem. And apparently they might have in Cochran this afternoon. Police Chief Jeff Trawick, are you on the phone with us now?
Yes, sir, I am.
Hey, I heard it was a little bit busier earlier. They handed me a piece of paper here that said that you said it was pretty nasty there in downtown Cochran. What can you tell us?
It came in. We had the tornado warnings, sirens went off, and we kept an eye on them. The rain came in, very strong winds, heavy rain. It stayed, his back lasted about 20 minutes. We had maybe 4 trees down on power lines. One car had a tree fall on it, nobody injured. There was no injuries anywhere in town. And we got power crews on the way to help us get things fixed up, got power out in a couple areas.
All right, so overall, though, I guess pretty much things are back to normal, but I guess everybody had to kind of hunker down. It was probably a little bit freaky as this was coming through town?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it got pretty nasty there for about maybe 10 minutes. And, once it went out east, it started calming down. Then now it's just sun's coming out, a little bit cloudy, but it's fine now.
All right, well, that's good to know. We were wondering, because at the end of my sheet it says, too soon for him to talk on the phone right now, and I was thinking, oh no, this could be bad. But that sounds like at least tolerable, so folks in Cochran at least know that you guys are working on it, trying to get power back to those spots too. So thankful it's not any worse there. So Chief Trawick, thank you for your time. We appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So if you are watching and you have any photos, videos, anything like that of damage, you can text those to 752-1309. Not only that, but if you want to keep up with information as it's happening for warnings and things like that, download the 13WMAZ app. It's in the Google Play Store, Apple Store. You can also take a shot of that QR code on the screen. It'll take you right there. Turn on notifications when you get it for watches and warnings and stuff like that. So guys, so far things are looking better, and hopefully we can go warning free from here on out.
All right, thanks a lot, Ben. More people are depending on American Sign Language to communicate. ASL is a visual language. When people sign, facial expression, shape, placement, and movement of hands plays a big part in the communication. As interest in learning grows, the city of Perry is offering classes through a summer series. Jody Sublett suffered hearing loss when she was about a year old. Now she signs and teaches ASL. She says the classes are helpful for everyone.
If they go to the sign classes, it would benefit the hearing if they work at different places. They meet people in the store, they can communicate with them. But I'm warning you, if a deaf person sees you sign, oh, they're going to connect with you like a magnet.
Now, the classes will be held in June and July. Both children and adults can sign up for the course. To register, you can visit the City of Perry's website. We're taking a closer look at sign language. American Sign Language, or ASL, is a complete language that has the same linguistic properties as spoken languages. It has grammar that differs from English and is expressed by movements of the hand and face. According to Communication Services for the Deaf, 98% of deaf people do not receive an education in sign language. 72% of families do not sign with their deaf children. 70% of deaf people do not work or are underemployed. And 1 in 4 deaf people has left a job due to discrimination.
The Macon Arts Alliance April show is all about appreciating the wonder of South Georgia landscapes and wildlife. Poems of the American South features 10 works by artist David Towns, David Towns. His hikes in state parks and the Okefenokee Swamp have all inspired this collection. He says the paintings are like poems because they express the most beautiful parts of Georgia's woods in the most appealing way. He hopes when people see the show, they come back with a deep love for Georgia's natural beauty.
To make people realize that these scenes are all real. They're out there. And if you love them, you can go out there and see them. And you can fall in love with it just like I did. And then you can protect it.
Downs says other than the Okefenokee Swamp, Crooked River State Park is another one of his favorite places to explore. For more on this exhibit, check out the story on 13WMAC.com.
Scene 13 is back, your go-to for all things entertainment, arts, and culture, right here in the heart of Georgia.
TJ Anthony tells us about a cast of child actors putting on a show.
All right, this is something for all the Disney dog and music lovers out there. Macon Little Theater is putting on a live musical show of the classic film that we all know and love. That's 101 Dalmatians. Now, this show is a little different because of a cast of child actors that get to show off all of those acting chops.
Just acting, I find it really fun because you get to let your creativity come out and you get to be a different person, you get to be a character.
Mary Evelyn Hill is getting ready to hit the Macon Little Theater stage for the musical 101 Dalmatians. But her journey there wasn't all tail wags and green pastures.
I actually auditioned for 101 Dalmatians at my school, but I never got it.
She learned from her mom, a former actor herself, that resilience and determination go such a long way.
Well, she said it was going to be okay, we're going to find something.
Then she ended up auditioning for Macon Little Theater show of 101 Dalmatians with one goal in mind.
I was just hoping that I would get a role. That's about it.
She landed the role as a corgi narrator alongside a whole cast full of child actors.
There are 41 children in the show. 26 of them are actually Dalmatians.
The guest director, Sylvia Haney, says the show is condensed to less than an hour long. It features many characters from the classic Disney movie, even the famous villain.
Every time we see Cruella, we get the image of everything sort of turning red in the background.
The audience can expect some surprises.
There'll be some things in it that they've never seen before.
All a show a group of kids can show off their acting chops for. It even proved to be a learning lesson for some, that all it takes sometimes is just the willpower.
It feels pretty good because it just makes me feel like I'm accomplished in life.
That little girl is awesome. I'm glad she feels accomplished at such a young age. Now, the show happens this weekend, Friday, all the way through Sunday. Back to you.
All right, thanks, TJ. You can get tickets online on Macon Little Theater's website. There's a show Friday, 2 shows Saturday, and 1 Sunday. Adult tickets $12. Children's tickets are $6.
Welcome back. Placed at the steps of the old National Bank in Louisville, there are 5 wooden white crosses along with hearts, each one symbolizing the life taken from Monday's mass shooting.
The first call came from a woman who watched the scene unfold on a video conference meeting and another from inside a closet at the bank building. One call was actually from the shooter's own mom trying to warn people, but she was too late. She wasn't sure how her son got the gun, but 6 days earlier, he bought the gun, the AR-15 style rifle. A Lutheran church brought the wooden crosses today, along with support dogs, to help victims and mourners.
Unfortunately, we just had these crosses and dogs were in Nashville a couple weeks ago. Be here for people, just to have for a way to express their grief, their sorrow, just or however they need to express themselves.
The crosses, along with the chaplains and the support dogs, will be in Louisville as long as people need them.
Former President Trump returned to New York for the second time in 2 weeks to face another legal battle, this time appearing for a deposition in a civil fraud lawsuit. Michael George reports on the case that could ultimately drive the Trump family business out of the state.
Donald Trump waved to supporters as he headed for his deposition in New York. His motorcade drove past chanting crowds, arriving at the offices of Attorney General Letitia James, who's filed a civil lawsuit over his company's business practices. Before the meeting, Trump inflamed the rhetoric, posting on social media, "I will be heading downtown to meet with a racist."
I do.
During a deposition last year, Trump invoked the Fifth Amendment more than 400 times, calling the case a witch hunt.
Anyone in my position not taking the Fifth Amendment would be a fool. An absolute fool.
But this time, a source familiar with his legal team's planning said he was expected to answer questions. The lawsuit accuses Trump, 3 of his children, and their company of a long-running fraud, saying they overvalued assets by billions of dollars. The $250 million suit describes a scheme to get tax benefits and preferential loans.
The inflation of his assets, it seems like they have a very compelling case against him.
Trump denies any wrongdoing. His attorney said in a statement the former president, quote, looks forward to educating the attorney general about the immense success of his multi-billion-dollar company. The case is unrelated to the felony criminal charges filed against Trump last week. It's scheduled to go to trial in early October.
Tax day now less than a week away. There's about $1.5 billion in unclaimed tax refunds right now, and some of it may belong to you. This week, the IRS issued its annual reminder for taxpayers to claim their old tax refunds. You have a 3-year window to claim refunds from previous years, but if you don't do that, you lose it. The money becomes the property of the U.S. Treasury. This year's deadline, July 17th. The agency estimates about 48,000 Georgians may be due past refunds. The median refund owed to Georgia taxpayers from 2019 is $826.
Amazon may charge you more to return items. The online retail giant will start charging customers a $1 fee if they return items to a UPS store when there's another option closer to their delivery address. Amazon has return kiosks available in Whole Foods, Amazon Fresh Groceries, and at Kohl's. Also, Amazon recently started flagging frequently returned products on its website with a badge to give customers a pause before making a purchase.
Heading back over to Chief Meteorologist Ben Jones, who's keeping an eye on the changing weather.
Yeah, and the change I'm looking for is for this to get on out of here so we can be done with this. You see me looking at the bottom down here of our area, southern counties. The reason I'm watching there right now is to make sure none of this stuff is redeveloping. I mean, we're seeing some redevelopment with some showers. We don't want to be back where we started from this afternoon, and so far these are looking like they're kind of staying below the limits here. Now there's a tornado watch which still goes until 7, and the National Weather Service has actually trimmed this back some, which is kind of weird because that's where some of the redevelopment is going on, but some of these storms over toward Columbus still going. You're probably saying, well, why are you jumping over this? Well, because it's not severe yet. I was kind of working backwards in my mind here. This is where we had the problem earlier, or at least the storm cluster that did cause the problem, and that is what's now in Wilkinson County into Washington County, northwestern Lawrence County. Mainly just light rain from Sandersville down to Dublin, Soperton with a little bit steadier stuff just off toward the south and west of town. But it's this part right here that caused the problem a little bit earlier. So let's take you in and look. Again, on velocity mode, you're looking at the wind, you're looking for it changing directions. We don't see anything like that as far as tornadic type stuff. We're seeing a little bit of a bow here, so maybe some gusty winds coming through Wilkinson into Washington. But here is that 3-hour loop again from a little bit earlier, and if you watch at the bottom of the screen there, you can see from Cordele, Crisp County, one of the places where we saw some problems, and follow it on up. All right, so we will start with, let's see if we can get that pointer on there. So watch right about here when it starts back over. And that's where it was, and then it starts to flare up again as we go through Cochrane and then riding on up toward the north. So confirmed damage, at least in Crisp County, off toward the east of Cordele, and then during that run through Cochrane, we've seen where some siding torn off of a gym, Dyke Street area. Through there, trees and some power lines, one on a car and a couple of spots. So we have crews that we'll be talking to hopefully here in a little bit about that. But that's the big picture. All right, so let's take you into the even bigger picture. And the actual low, which looks very tropical, doesn't it, is going on over here in Mississippi. So the outside edge, these outer bands, that's where the problem has been, or what we would call in a tropical situation, you know, the dirty side of the storm. Let's get into future view. And I'm going to get you there now and show you how it looks as we go on through tonight. This takes us into 7, 8 o'clock or so, and most of this heavy stuff should have made its way on out. Now, the potential is still there to see a couple little showers or rumble still with some of this to the south here. So far, not looking for this to be a big deal, but we'll watch it. There's tomorrow morning as the low continues to churn away. This takes us into mid-morning toward lunchtime. Tomorrow, this should just be rain. Can't rule out a thunderstorm or two in a couple of spots. We'll keep an eye on that as we go into early afternoon tomorrow. And then the idea is to get it on out of here and make way for a better looking Saturday. Okay, and then I'm not talking to myself, I'm talking to my ear right here, which that sounds a lot better, doesn't it? But here's a look at the 7-day. Once we get it out of here, Saturday's looking a lot better, and then we go back into rain potential maybe on Sunday. I can disappear here and show you next week is looking a lot better. Okay, so now we're going to check in with Anthony Montalto. He's in the storm lab now, chasing storm damage. Anthony, how are you?
Hey, Ben. Well, things are getting a little wet out here. We've got some drizzles coming in over here. We actually had to get out of the car because Highway 90, like we mentioned earlier, is, well, it's pretty closed. You can take a look back there. We've got power crews back there repairing some lines that trees fell into, and it's blocked here at Old Hatley Road, which we talked about earlier. There's still some lines down on Old Hatley Road along the tree line, and power crews there repairing things as well. Now, the sheriff's office earlier told me they're asking folks to avoid roads if they can. Most of the roads, they say, are open again, but they do say to expect some delays. Now, earlier we were on Cemetery Road where there's some trees down as well. Now, originally there were 1,200 people who were without power earlier. Good news here, now 374, according to the Crisp Power Commission, out of power. And but yeah, so Ben, we're going to keep you guys updated here a little bit in the 6 o'clock show. But for now, live in Crisp County, Anthony Montalto, 13 WMAZ News.
All right, Anthony, appreciate that there. Of course, that is in Crisp County where everything started right outside of Cordele. And again, still hopefully going to check in with that crew in Cochrane coming up in just a little bit. Guys, think we're going over to you? Or to break.
Two, one. Now at 6. Local chapters of the NAACP speaking out against hate speech in viral videos made by a former Houston County performance coach. Tonight, why they're calling for the GBI to investigate. Houston County offering courses on another form of communication. We break down ASL and where you can learn and where you can go. 3, 2, 1. Houston County offering courses on another form of communication. We break down American Sign Language and where you can go to learn more. Real estate agents looking to help clients find affordable homes will share solutions from county leaders to help home buyers find their forever home. 13 WMAZ News at 6 starts now.
All right, talking spring football in the college field, 2 days away from G-Day, the Bulldogs' annual spring game. It's Saturday. No shortage of storylines. First and foremost, quarterbacks. Carson Beck atop the depth chart, but with stiff competition from Brock Vandegrift, both taking reps with the first unit this spring. Other new faces to watch for on the offensive side of the ball are transfer receivers Dominic Lovett and Ra Thomas. New guys on defense as well. Expect to see freshman linebackers Samuel Mpemba, Gabe Harris, and Damon Wilson. Plus the possibility of seeing Milledgeville's own Javon Bullard in a new role at safety after primarily playing star last season. But most of the talk centering around the quarterback slot.
They all need to play. They all need to play football. Go out and play football. Not have a drill, not routes on air, not 7-on-7. They need to play. And that's what we're trying to do in our practices, is make sure we get enough playing.
Also Saturday, the first spring game for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets under head coach Brent Key. He took over as interim coach midway through last season. Following the firing of Jeff Collins, proceeded to get the Jackets 4 wins, including 2 over ranked opponents. Tech finished 5-7 on the season, leading to some optimism heading into this new season.
We've got a long way to go. I'm excited about, I think, where this team can be as the season gets closer, but not necessarily excited about where we're at now, but that's part of it. That's part of the process of laying the foundation.
Both spring games are Saturday. The Dogs kick off G-Day at 4 p.m. It'll feature the introduction of the new UGA Boom. The Jackets play their white and gold game at 1 p.m. on the flats at Bobby Dodd Stadium. And we're back right after this.
Okay, here's the big picture. The cluster of stuff that caused the problem is what's going through Wilkinson into Washington County now. Some gusty winds there. But obviously, at least some damage in Crisp County and Bleckley County and the Cochrane area. We're also seeing some redevelopment, a strike of lightning around Cordele there. So hopefully this will not be like what we saw, and so far it's not. So we'll keep an eye on it. I have more on this coming up at 6 o'clock along with your news headlines. We'll see you back here in 2.5.
now at 6.
The concerns that we have is that the fact that Mr. Taylor has coached and trained black kids in the Middle Georgia area.
Local chapters of the NAACP speaking out against hate speech in viral videos made by a former Houston County performance coach. Tonight, why they're calling for the GBI to investigate.
I learned ASL when I was in high school, and I picked up more ASL in college and have just been progressing since.
Houston County offering courses on another form of communication. We break down American Sign Language and where you can go to learn more.
And I think that's a good thing. That's a good thing about us. There's a lot of people that want to move to Middle Georgia because we have a lot of good things going on, but we've got to find them places to live.
13 WMAZ News at 6 starts now. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. We're going to head straight over to Chief Meteorologist Ben Jones. You've been watching the forecast all day.
Yeah, it's been one of those where, I mean, it's not widespread severe weather stuff going on, but there's been one cluster, one cell that's been causing the problem this afternoon. Now, I'll show you the big picture in just a second, but there's this area of low pressure off in Mississippi, and it looks very tropical-esque, where this is kind of like outer bands. And that would put us on the dirty side of the storm when we talk about tropical stuff. And this is where it's been. This stuff that is rolling through Wilkinson into Washington County, a little bit of gusty stuff here heading towards Sandersville, and that is the leftover of the cell that caused the problem on down through Cochrane and started back around Cordele. Now you're seeing some redevelopment in some of these spots now. Now, as we look at that, it's a thunderstorm technically because there's a strike of lightning there, but we're watching these just to make sure they don't get back up and running like these other ones. This one is still kind of blossoming out here, and the high-res model did point to more redevelopment out there. It's just a question of, is it going to go severe again, or is this going to be just regular old thunderstorm stuff as it comes on around? Now, the tornado watch that's left over in the big red box, that still goes until 7 o'clock. National Weather Service has chosen to leave that up. I mean, obviously it's not 7 o'clock, but ordinarily you would see this come on across and through, and then that would do it, and we drop the watch. But still watching some of this other stuff, thus the term watch, as we go on through the next few hours just to make sure. But this should have been most of the heavy stuff. And look at this as you get on off around Claxton and toward the south and east of there. So yeah, rough in a couple of spots, at least some damage in Crisp County outside of Cordele and then around Cochrane. Outside of that, I haven't heard of a whole lot. So hey, check this out. If you don't have the app, go get it. It's in the App Store, Google Play, and you can also use your camera and scan that QR code. It'll take you right there, and once you get it, go ahead and turn on notifications for watches, warnings, and all that stuff. So for the time being, everything is just hunky-dory, and we're just watching to make sure it stays that way, guys.
Appreciate you, Ben. Okay, so we're taking a look at some of your storm damage photos. Most of these are coming out of Cochrane. This tree branch fell on top of some power lines, looking like it's hanging kind of precariously there. Sent in by Daniel Beasley, thank you. One viewer sent in this tree that fell, missing their camper by inches. Man, that's a close call. And this tree fell near a house and on top of a car, also in Cochrane. We're continuing to track these storms and share your photos.
A reminder, if you send photos to our newsroom, please make sure it's safe to do so. And again, we showed you damaged pictures. This is Fairfield Street, east of downtown Cochrane. And that's near the Bleckley County School Complex. Thanks to 13 WMAZ sales associate Daryl Smith for sending in these pictures. And again, stay safe before you go outside and do anything.
And this is a photo of the storm that moved through Cordele just a few hours ago. Take a look. I don't know if you can, there it is, yeah. Take a look at that cloud. Okay, this was shared by Sheriff Billy Hancock. That is an impressive looking cloud.
All right, again, you can send those pictures to us. Text them 478-752-1309. You can also upload them through the Near Me feature on our app.
We're also taking a look at power outages right now. Cochrane definitely looks to have some outages right now, but not too bad. Estimated time for that to be fixed looks to be around 7:45 tonight. Kind of a quick scan of the area, and certainly not that bad right now.
All right, time to check in with Anthony Montalto. He's out on storm coverage detail. Cordele, Crisp County is where Anthony has been. Anthony, what have you been seeing out there?
Well, yeah, we are here on Highway 90 in Crisp County. We actually had the storm lab, but we had to get out of the car. Why? Well, because the road is closed. You can actually see some power crews coming in now. I'm going to get out of the way. But there are trees knocked down into power lines all down Highway 90 here just past Old Hatley Road. And if you walk down Old Hatley, it's more of the same, although the road is open again. But there are power lines down along the road and along the street, and power crews down there as well in yards trying to restore some power. Now, several other roads in Crisp County are open again, but the sheriff's office is warning folks to stay off the roads if they can. Now, to power outages like we talked about a minute ago, the sheriff's office says about 1,200 people here lost power initially, but now about 375 are waiting on it to get restored. That's according to the Crisp Power Commission. Now, the good news, of course, no reported structure damage, and from what we're hearing, no reported injuries. That is always what we like to hear. We're just hoping it stays that way, and we'll touch base again in a few minutes, but for now, we're going to toss it back to the desk. Live in Crisp County, Anthony Montalto, 13 WMAZ News.
Thank you, Tony. New at 6, the Jones County Sheriff says he's fired a deputy accused of sexual exploitation of children. Sheriff Butch Reese says he fired Kevin Harden, then took him into custody. He says Harden's been with the department since 2017. Sheriff Reese didn't describe the charges against Harden, but he said the GBI's Child Exploitation and Computer Crimes Unit helped investigate the case. He offered prayers for the children and families affected by the case, and he said he is, quote, disgusted by the deputy's behavior.
Buying or renting a home's been tough for families, and the Middle Georgia Association of Realtors wants to try and figure out some solutions.
Camila Williams went to a housing summit in Macon and talked with a real estate agent and brokers about what they're seeing in the housing market.
They all want what's best for their clients.
Teachers, people who work at factories, or people who are young families just starting out, or even people who have retired and want to downsize. It's hard to find them a home.
Chrissy Donovan is an associate broker at Middle Georgia Realty in Monroe County. She came to the housing summit to hear how Central Georgia leaders like Monroe County Commissioner George Imani plans to improve housing.
I want to say it was unanimous that we decided not to have a minimum square footage placed into our code.
Something unusual, but it makes it easier to build a house, but they still must follow the state square footage code. Imami even meeting with the Georgia Manufactured Housing Association to talk about other types of homes.
And sort of negotiated and or worked with them on things that would be allowed versus not allowed in our county that are related to mobile homes to try to make it a little bit more friendly.
Here in Macon, Mayor Lester Miller wants to diversify who can get a home, whether it be workforce housing or middle-class housing.
Folks that may be making $20,000 or less, or $26,000 or less, or $50,000, depending on how many they have there. But you shouldn't live in a different type of a home based on just affordability.
Donovan hopes they can continue to find easy ways to help buyers find their forever home.
Whether it be renting or buying or purchasing that piece of land, but how can we all work together to make it a dream, their dream, a reality for them?
In Macon, Camila Williams, 13 WMAZ News.
We're taking a closer look at housing costs in Georgia from the National Low-Income Housing Coalition. In Georgia, the minimum wage is currently $7.25. There are more than 1.3 million renter households in the state. That's about 36%. In Macon-Bibb County, the average hourly wage necessary to afford a two-bedroom house is $16.27. That's without spending more than 30% of your income.
We have zero tolerance for racial hatred. We're trying to bring community and bring people together. And there's no room for racial hatred in our communities.
Reaction from Macon-Bibb NAACP President Gwinnett Westbrooks over the viral videos of Houston County Performance Coach Mark Taylor. Videos have rapidly spread nationwide of Taylor driving in Atlanta and using racial slurs. At one point, he makes remarks about hanging a black woman. The NAACP said they are concerned by his hate speech, but more concerned with his possible impact on the children he has worked with. Taylor was the owner of Speed Edge Sports and was a coach with the Houston County Schools before being fired and then banished from the county back in 2007. The Macon-Bibb and Houston County chapters of the NAACP are asking the GBI to investigate Taylor.
We have to make sure that these kids have not experienced any type of emotional stress. We don't know how these young people were treated by Mr. Taylor while they were in his training.
Also in a statement sent to 13 WMAZ, Westbrook says in part, quote, some people may say he helped a lot of black students, but Mark Taylor benefited from these students, and that was his focus. But this does not change the hatred he has for black people.
A Macon man who waved a gun around a Walmart faces up to 10 years in federal prison. The U.S. Attorney's Office says after a 2-day trial, a jury convicted 45-year-old Selma Oliver Smith of illegal possession of a firearm by a convicted felon. A judge will sentence him on July 11th.
He could get up to 10 years in prison and a $250,000 fine. The U.S. Attorney's Office says Oliver Smith threatened people in the Harrison Road Walmart in August of 2021 by aggressively waving a pistol at anyone who approached him in the busy store.
They say deputies already knew him well and quickly found him and arrested him based on camera footage from the store. They recovered 2 guns, including one that resembled the one from surveillance photos. The ATF also helped with the investigation.
It's a recognized language for people who cannot hear and those who can. Find out where you can learn American Sign Language right here in Central Georgia. The story coming up. Welcome back. According to the Communication Services for the Deaf, 98% of deaf people do not receive education in sign language.
As the language becomes more common among hearing and non-hearing, the city of Perry will offer a course this summer. Kalisha Moore explains.
Jody Sublette was born hearing. When she was 11 months old, she lost the ability due to meningitis. She learned to sign when she was 5, but at that time it was signing English, and ASL wasn't recognized as a language.
I learned ASL when I was in high school, and I picked up more ASL in college and have just been progressing since.
ASL is a visual language. When people sign, they use facial expressions, shape, placement, and movement of hands to play a big part in the communication. With all she's learned, she now teaches.
I guess you could say I started teaching at church, basically. Then I eventually started teaching after I graduated college.
She says she's seen more people using sign language in Central Georgia. With many deaf people in the area, she'd like to see it taught in schools. As the city of Perry prepares to teach it this summer, she says it has plenty of benefits.
If they go to the sign classes, it would benefit the hearing if they work at different places. They meet people in the store, they can communicate with them. But I'm warning you, if a deaf person sees you sign, oh, they're going to connect with you like a magnet.
Cedric Swan with the city of Perry is helping put the courses together.
Showing that our programs and our services are diverse, equitable, and inclusive. So we thought that learning and teaching American Sign Language would align with that vision.
Jody Sublette gives this advice for those wanting to learn. Interact with the deaf.
You have to push yourself. If you don't interact, you're not going to keep up.
In Austin County, Kalisha Moore, 13 WMAZ News.
If classes sound like something you'd like to do, visit the City of Perry's website to sign up. Jody also teaches the language. To find her information, look for this story on 13WMAZ.com.
Still to come, we hit the soccer pitch to shine the spotlight on our latest athlete of the week. We'll introduce you to her next. All right, the soccer playoffs on the GHSA side are already underway. The GIAA still a couple of weeks away, but there are no signs of the FPD Lady Vikings slowing down. Connor Hines introduces you to one of the reasons behind their success, our athlete of the week.
The FPD Vikings' 10-1 record this season has them on top of their class in the GIAA. Still not impressed? They're doing it with 3 8th graders.
I mean, you don't want to be like too cocky, so you have to be like, it feels different when you're in a middle school building all day and then you're like with older people like at practice and they're obviously more mature kind of, and it's a lot different.
Bowen Matthews is one of them, leading the team with 23 goals this season. But it's not without some help.
I think a lot of the seniors and the captains on this team have kind of just led this team really well this season and just kept us close.
One of who happens to be her sister.
Sister bond is kind of fun to have.
It's been great watching her play and score and just like really grow as a player, but also like being her teammate and me being able to help her and her being able to help me, and I never really thought that would happen, but she's actually helped me out a lot.
And as for how it goes off the field,
a little different at home, but I think on the field we actually I feel like we communicate a lot better on the field than we do at home. We're able to kind of see each other in the sports mind rather than as sisters. And I've loved seeing our relationship grow from sisters to teammates.
Bowen might be making the goals, but making the grades means just as much. And that's where Big Sis is helping out.
Time management and, staying on top of your work, but also staying on top of working hard at practice.
When I get home, because I usually have a lot in study time, and practice is usually for 2 hours or so. So I usually try and get it after practice if I can. Just make sure I get that after practice first so I don't have to stay up too late and get good rest.
FPD's only loss this year came right down the road to rival Stratford. Ask Bowen, it's not happening again.
I feel like we need to press a little bit harder too. Just, talk Stratford's always been a rival of FPD's for a very long time, so anytime we play Stratford is always a big game.
In Macon, Connor Hines, 13W MAZ Sports.
Well, weather permitting, the Vikings scheduled to travel to Stratford tonight. First kick comes up at 7:30. All right, Ben, the weather has been a little dicey out there today.
It has been. Most of that is moving away toward the north and east, although we are seeing some redevelopment down in our southwestern counties here. So what does that mean for later? Let's talk about it right after this.
Get over here. Get over here. Get over here. Okay, so my son. Roof had roof damage. Water dripping through the from the top up there. I hadn't even been up there to really check. We put blankets to cover it up and to dry it off, you know, try to get it. But I got some damage up there. Come here.
Hi, I'm Camila with 13.
Hey, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet
This
you.
is my son, Dusty. He does yard
Okay,
work,
Dusty.
so-
Wow. Oh, so you got here immediately. You said, I already know what to do.
Yeah. Along with
Nice.
the base, he does yard work.
Oh, okay
Yeah.
then. Well, she's always in Houston County. We need to keep you as you as a contact
There you
for
go.
sure.
There you go.
Yeah. So basically, we're gonna go live here in a couple minutes, basically, and so we're just gonna talk about the damage. To interview the homeowner, I have her right here, like when we come back. Okay.
All righty, it has been a busy afternoon for sure, as we have had an outer band of a tropical looking wave that's off toward the west here that's going on in Mississippi. You can see how far removed we are from the actual area of low pressure. Outside bands here, think of it in a tropical sense, where this is the dirty side of the storm, and so it lines up with the kind of weather we've been seeing today. A couple things going on here. First of all, the batch that came through that caused all the trouble from Crisp County earlier, and then again in Bleckley County, is what is shooting some wind into the western part of Washington County. So that's where we're seeing a strong storm, not a severe storm, but the National Weather Service did put down at least some wording on some gusty winds, but stopping short of the severe thunderstorm warning. All right, so here is the other stuff, and that is the redevelopment that's been going on from Dooley into Crisp. Now, this is the same area right around here is where we had some damage to start this whole thing off, and now we're seeing these little cells starting to pop back up again. So far, they're okay. The National Weather Service watching a little rotation with this thing off to the east of Columbus, but so far nothing going on with these other ones, but we'll keep an eye on it. Now look at this one that's going into Sandersville. Now you don't see the rotation as far as red and green bright pixels right next to each other, but you do see the wind just bull-nosing in right here. So it's mainly staying off toward the west of Sandersville, but definitely riding on up eventually toward the Washington-Hancock County line. As we look back at the Cochrane area, this right through there was the spin, and that originally started, as we said, in Crisp County outside of Cordele and then came through the Cochrane area. You can see the rotation clearly with that. So the big picture shows the remnants of a tornado watch, which will drop in a little while, supposed to drop at 7, but it's kind of one of those weird things that we're still seeing some development down there. We're just going to keep an eye on it. just to be safe. And the high-res model does show that development is still possible. This is 7, 8 o'clock. As we go forward on into maybe around 10, 11 o'clock, doesn't mean that this is severe, but it means rain and maybe a rumble of thunder. There's midnight to 1 a.m., and then all this stuff starts to get out of here. If we look at the graph model, it shows a similar take where the heavier stuff rides on off toward the north and east, but still some redevelopment like we're seeing now for maybe another few hours or so, off and on, just hit or miss stuff. Now, we've had some drier air starting to move in, so we'll see if that kind of quells some of the severe threat out there, and hopefully that is going to be the case. So this is going to be tomorrow morning as the low continues to spin way off toward the west here. A shower, can't rule out a rumble as we go into the early afternoon here, so we'll watch that. And then as we get on into the evening time, we should pull this on out of here. So I don't think we're going to have a severe threat for tomorrow, but we're going to have to watch that anyway just to kind of keep an eye on it. There's a 7-day, and it shows that chance tomorrow, and we'll clear it out for Saturday, back to rain potential Sunday, and then next week looking very good. Speaking of Cochrane, let us check in with Camila Williams. She's there to check out some of the damage. Let's check in with her now.
Hey, Ben, I'm right out here at the corner of 12th Street and Berkeley Road, excuse me. And let me tell you, the first thing me and Megan Western saw when we got out here was a whole bunch of tree leaves hanging down in the road, and then many of the trees fell down in the yard. But one thing I also noticed is many neighbors came to this one house at the corner, and right now I'm here with Tawanda Stewart at her home. And tell me, what did you see? What did you notice?
Well, I was in the house and I got a warning, and then I thought I better get in the closet. So I got under my stairs and I heard all this stuff going on, and I knew then it was a tornado. And anyway, I was just paranoid. I was going crazy. I was on the phone. My daughter only had like 3%. And my daughter didn't believe me, but I said, I hear it, it's coming over. And I really didn't expect to have a roof over my head when I got out. And I was scared to get out. And then when I finally got out, my son, he is the owner of Stewart's Lawn Care, and he came over and helped me, and all my neighbors and friends are here helping me clean up because it was a mess. I've got roof damage and water inside the house.
Thank you so much, Ms. Stewart. Now, we're going to tell you more about the details of what we saw here at 1011 Live in Cochrane. Camille Williams, 13 WMAZ News.
Thanks for watching. We'll see you at 11. Don't forget you can find local news and weather at 10 on Central Georgia's CW.
And you can always get your latest news and weather updates on the 13W MAZ mobile app. The CBS Evening News is next. Have a safe night. Tonight at 11. Severe weather brings storm damage and power outages to parts of central Georgia. We'll have more from impacted areas and get an update on cleanup efforts already underway. Plus, tonight at 11 on 13W MAZ News. 321. Central Georgia communities cleaning up from storm damage. The story at 11. 321. Tonight at 11. 321. We're taking a look at storm damage across central Georgia. An update on cleanup efforts next at 11. Next at 11.
Okay. Trying to think where I want to do this. I don't really want to be here. We'll go back over here. I can relate. Let's see. Three, two, one. Are we done with the severe weather? I'll talk about it tonight at 11. 3, 2, 1. Plus, after a stormy afternoon, could we still see a couple of more thunderstorms as we head into tomorrow? If not that, at least some rain off and on. I'll look at that tonight at 11. 3, 2, 1. Straight ahead, we still have another chance of rain tomorrow, maybe a thunderstorm or two, but it shouldn't be quite like today. I'll explain more. That comes up next at 11.